So there's already some teams. You're looking at Attack All Around, which is Group D, which will be Mongo and Nova tomorrow. These teams in particular have had a really good result, not only in just the Southeast Asia region, but as Asia as a whole. You look at teams like Team SMG, they were involved in the 𝗓𝗡𝗡 tournament that had Vision Strikers in there, probably the best team in Korea, Absolute Jupiter, the best team in Japan. So, like, there are a lot of teams in here, like I mentioned, that could be easily overlooked, that could be seen as not as good as, I don't know, G2, Sentinels, but there's some really strong potential teams in here that, when we do eventually go into the world stage in 2021 with champions, they could provide a lot of upsets. And that's one of the reasons why I've loved watching these guys, because there's a lot of diamonds in the rough.
That's a very valid point you're making, because we simply don't know how they will actually mess international competition. I hear so many people, for example, I think in North America as well as in Europe, talk how much they actually look at Vision Strikers, how much inspiration they take from Vision Strikers, the way they play, they really approach the game. And I think this has to tell you how fascinatingly good this team could be at one stage of this tournament, or more likely in this international stage we once in a while get. But getting away from Korea, getting away from that region, obviously it's the mixture of Taiwan, Hong Kong, Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia we're taking a look at today. As I think we don't have a Filipino team on today, but we have a Malaysian one, we have a Singapore one. I have to be honest with you, I have to look it up because otherwise I'll mess it up. Thailand and Indonesia. There we go. My brain.
Testing your flag watching skills. Yeah, like you mentioned Philippines, Bren Esports, TMT. Those were the only two teams that came through the Philippines, and they both qualified, which I think is quite interesting. Yeah, but the main ones, of course, is going to be like Myth Attitude, which used to go by Thailand Attitude or Made in Thailand. It was a nice hybrid of the two. And yeah, that's going to be the sort of main team. But we do have some sort of things to look at. Just to give you a breakdown of how this event is going to unfold. It's a pretty decent chunk of money for the prize pool, but you can see all of the different regions, how many teams came from each of them specifically. Like we mentioned, we're on the regional group phase. We've done Group A and B, as we mentioned before, and the regional final will be in a couple of weeks' time. 2 weeks today, I think it would be. Yeah. And so that would be the grand final, the quarter semis and the grand final, so you can check all of that out. But of course, what are these guys playing for? I mentioned the prize pool, and it's, again, something that I think is a good money for this kind of region. You've got like $5,000 for the main team to sort of qualify and win. But I think more than anything, it's bragging rights going into 2021. Like, you've got all of the stuff going on at the moment with First Strike. You've got all of these different regions in Southeast Asia running their own like little individual tournaments, but here it is $5,000 for the champion. You got second, third, and fourth as well. Those games will be going on that final day on December the 14th. And yeah, I mean, this is another really big tournament. There's a lot of stuff going on in this region, which makes me very envious as a European, because there's not much going on over here. But these are all teams that have good, consistent results, right? Like I mentioned before, like Team SMG have done really well in a lot of tournaments. They came 4th place out of the 𝗓𝗡𝗡 thing, which, as I mentioned before, has some of the biggest teams in the Asia region generally. You also have AHQ Esports have done a lot, Attack All Round. Those two very much having grudge matches. And only one word was involved in this tournament, but they didn't even qualify for Group A. So, and Super Domineering, also a team that struggled to actually get anything done. So, whilst there is a lot of teams here that you can quickly sort of check up their stats, see what they've won in the past, get a good understanding on how good they're going to be, a lot of upsets have happened already, and no doubt they might happen today.
I'm personally most interested in the AHQ because I mean AHQ team, because obviously they have really delivered from any point on, as you mentioned, 𝗓𝗡𝗡, Saturday games and so on. I think they will pretty much have a chance to dominate that stage at that point in time. What obviously is interesting, as we've seen before, they don't only get the prize, they also get the AOC modders, the new G2 kind of series they have put out, which obviously is something you can definitely put in some use for the future. But yeah, I mean, as you see right here, the representation of the nations, it is pretty much as we see right there. The Group C pretty much stacked with Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as Thailand, as the Philippines have been in Group A and B. Bren, by the way, I think the only name that really stood out in every game so far, I think especially in mobile games in the past, which also made like a breakout thing from just the Asian scene only. But yeah, we're going to possibly see them a little later once they have actually surpassed from Group B, as they have already done, to the final stage, which we're going to see a little later, as mentioned. Right. I mean, it's not too much time left here, right? Pretty much what we're most likely looking forward to. No, not at all too much time. And, you know, I'm not so familiar with Asian Valorant due to the fact that I've never casted it before. So what would be the crucial things to really look out for at this point? What would be the crucial things that you would say, that's a little different to, for example, North America or Europe?
I think the best thing about this region, and I have to preface this is a little bit of a backhanded compliment, but I think based on the fact that you look at tactical shooters in North America and Europe, because it's so much more ingrained into the culture over there, mechanically, Southeast Asian teams aren't as strong as, say, Europe or North America. Mm-hmm. But the thing that they do so well is that they soak up a lot of strats, a lot of playbooks, a lot of different compositions and way to play from literally every other region. We mentioned Vision Strikers and everybody being inspired. You will see Vision Striker plays today and throughout the tournament. But you will also see some little cherries from Europe, from North America, from Japan. This is a region that loves to actually check out what's going on across the world, and it just picks the absolute best plays and uses it to their own advantages. So this is a team that, won't necessarily go pound to pound when it comes to mechanical skill, because a lot of the players over in NA and EU have been playing Counter-Strike, for example, for 20 plus years in some cases. So this is how they make it up. And that's what, as a color caster, is super interesting to me. The fact that you go, oh, I've seen that play. G2 like doing that. Oh, that's something that's out of TSM's playbook, because they run triple duelist now and again. You get the point that this is a region that absolutely loves to take the best of the best, and the way that they actually just put it into multiple matches is definitely a thing that, again, as somebody that likes to analyze the game, I'm super looking forward to.
I think we got a lot of things to take a look at, especially as we're starting off with a matchup which pretty much shows the probably the biggest underdog against the most favored team of this tournament. Alter Ego is going to find 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏, as you're going to see them twice this, well, evening or morning, wherever you are from, obviously depends. And as you see right there, it's a very interesting combination we have, as 𝗓, have to really, as they had to, this streamer lineup, then swap to officially being a streamer lineup, really picking up now a professional lineup. Obviously, that's going to be an interesting aspect in that sense. But other than that, I'm excited for it due to the fact that, 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏 in the past are just, in the Asia Pacific region number 15. And, they run, as you said, a very interesting composition. Because, for example, look at Pattyfan from 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏. You usually see every professional player have like 3 maximum to 5 different agents played, right? And this guy here is coming in with 8 agents overall played, and it's not like he has 100 maps played on this guy and then 5, 4. No, it's 10, 9, 8, 7, and he has played every agent once in a while. So that obviously gives you a great combinational thing, where maybe those individuals can swap up and surprise your opponent in that way.
Yeah, and 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏 is the team that has a lot of history from other games too. They were, at least when you're looking at players like Pattypan and Mushroom, they were part of the Overwatch World Cup team for Thailand, and they have been playing a lot of Overwatch in that region, were known for that, and then came over to Valorant, and as somebody that's casted a couple of their games, middling results to say the least. They're a smart team, but they often outthink themselves. So the fact that we're going to bind is a little bit of a potential concern for them, because I remember their game against Paper Rex in a previous tournament, and it was just, they love to use the teleporter, they love to do these little cute plays around the map to try and play it on the attack, but they would often run out of time. They would run into somebody holding an angle that would catch out 3 of them, for example. It wasn't a good look for them in a group, which I remember they were the favorites for. It's the same case here. I would say that they are maybe not favorites with Team SMG in the same group, but they're certainly favorites to qualify in second place. So this game against 𝗠𝘀𝘉, it is a best of one. It is a round robin, so 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏 will play everybody else in this group. It's a game that I feel that they need to start off on the right foot. Otherwise, other teams are going to have an opportunity to break into their spot.
First of all, that, and I mean, you have only 3 chances, right? And against the so to say weakest opponent, I think you don't really want to mess up in that sense. You really don't want to be, actually showing your opponents that you are somewhat weakened throughout the day. I mean, they also have the ESL Thailand thing coming in also a little later, 2 hours they have to play that. So obviously, maybe this is like the warm-up game. Maybe this is where they actually, get in the mood, get hyped up, see themselves as a confident winner of this kind of matchup, where they didn't finally can actually, just dominate in that sense for just going into the individual ones. But we can directly hop into the game between 𝗠𝘀𝘉 and 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏. It's game number 1 for this Group C here, Ryan, and let's see what the AGON composition has to tell us.
Yeah, this is the main thing that I was curious about. There's been so many changes since even like the 𝒉𝒆 tournament, right, where you might not be wanting to run even a Sentinel at all, but straight away 𝗠𝘀𝘉 are going to be locking in the Cypher, so they're making sure that they're consistent. But already, 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏, whilst they're still sort of not locked in just yet, looking at triple duelists for a second. But when we're looking over to what 𝗠𝘀𝘉 are running, now that they are 100% running this lineup, it's fairly straightforward. The Reyna is interesting instead of a Raze or a Phoenix. So really at this point, Enable needs to do exactly that. Enable his team, use delay to break into sites. He needs to be a superb entry because whilst he doesn't have the same utility as a Raze or a Phoenix to break onto a site, usually a Reyna player is very confident in their ability. For 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏 at least, triple duelist. So yeah, they're not running any Cypher, no Killjoy. Not too much of a surprise considering the nerfs that they both had recently, but it also helps the fact that they're attacking first.
For me personally, right there, it has to come down to this confidence kind of thing, right? Where you have to pretty much show all the confidence you have in that matchup. And, well, if they prove to do so, we're going to find that out for sure. It is time to see who's dominating the first Group C match of the AOC Masters 2020. We're starting off on Binds, which I think we couldn't ask for much more than that. One of my absolute favorite maps. As we already have the timeout, I think this is the perfect time to talk about that. One of my favorite maps overall. I think map continuously delivers to be the classic battlefield of every matchup. And as our podcast has already ended, what's your thoughts on Binds? Give me that quick.
Straight back into it. I mean, looking at the other regions, like, I remember, like I sort of mentioned, Cloud9 are a team that have run triple duelist before. TSM have done it recently in their First Strike qualifiers. I don't think they ever played Bind, is the concern. It's a very different sort of kettle of fish when it comes to the way that they're playing it. Straightforward B-split coming through, and if you are 𝗠𝘀𝘉, you know that you're running into these triple duelists, so they got to play with a lot of care, and are already taking a lot of damage. Ouch. And that first blood coming in.
There we go. Yeah, first blood is coming in massively, but I think they ignored the Omen. Finally, they actually find that one. 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏 takes out 𝗓𝒂𝒊. It shouldn't be too much of a difficulty. That one's going down. Spike has hit the ground. Nothing too crazy to mention in that, but you just said it. Bind being the case. Obviously, a slight issue that for 𝗠𝘀𝘉 could become problematic overall. I mean, it's random picked, right? So you can't do too much about it. It still deserves to comes back in, but denial is close. There it is. And the 4-man standing, quite fair and square. Easy round, rushing the sites. That worked well.
Yeah, this is the issue, though. This is what I meant about 𝗠𝘀𝘉. Okay, you're defending against this kind of team. The one thing that you probably don't want to do is face too much. You don't want to just try be a traffic cone stopping them because they're an 18-wheeler freight truck, right? It's just going to absolutely roll on over you. So it's there like 𝗠𝘀𝘉. They go into a 2 versus 5 retake. What else is there realistically to do? It seems that lemimo wants to actually pick up the bookie, so there is a little bit of a force coming through. Not by everybody, but the same play pretty much coming out of 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏. And so far, so good. I feel 𝗠𝘀𝘉 are kind of running into them and running into the trap.
Take a look right now. Sova is clearing out that pretty much under hookah's clear. Jet already dashed through. This is the combination I like. I mean, this is why Raze is so vital in comparison to Arena. The movement you have gained is so strong. They already talked about the Bucky, but none of those pellets hit the actual target. So, I mean, poor lad is being impaled with that final one. And so it's 2-0 for 𝗓𝒑. He might just get a fast one up ahead.
I think last minute Lemmy Moore sold the Bucky because he still has enough money to... Oh, maybe not, actually, considering that he's picking up the Guardian in half armor and doesn't have much else, so... Didn't really add too much. It was just another kill that came in onto Myth, who... Money is good. They're still going to be holding on to the guns that they had previously, so... The Love family with the Raze is probably going to be blast packing in with that Bucky. But this is just the same play over and over again. I guess if you're Myth Attitude... You don't want to change it up until it stops working, really. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Very valid point. Forcing Omen out of Fuka. Also know where Sova's stance. They gained a good bit of information by now that there should be 2v. Talking about it, 𝗔𝗢𝗖 has no chance against Nuken as he's picking up a good bit of ground. Getting a little problematic as suddenly Fritz is finding one after another. And so it is the B site that, you know, was a working system once in a while, but early on gets denied. But as you've mentioned, the equipment is not looking too strong, and Abel has a firewall just in front of him. Phoenix passes and gets that spike. And now, once more, the options are open here, right?
Tries to take the fight. The Raze is going to win that easily. It's a 2 versus 2, but this is what I meant when I was talking about Myth before. They love using the teleporter play. And they're quite lucky that they're going all the way through A bath because it's all tripwired up on A mid. The defenders are here again, ready and waiting, and Lemmy Moore can win the engagement.
Finally.
Guardian actually finds 2. A great round to win if you're Alter Ego, but yet again I feel like Myth Attitude overthinking themselves a little bit. Alter Ego holding their ground.
Final was about time because a point I wanted to make is that with the Cypher, you're low in money. The tripwires as well as the cages are 2 things you most likely can't buy because you obviously can't pick them up from the previous round anymore.
Let's make them dance.
So that could have been a problem, but you know, as Ray said, time for a little bit of belay, as it is going to be 2-1 for Myth Attitude. But the question is, how long will this lead last?
The playbook has changed a little bit. We're not seeing that B split anymore. And at this point,
Thankfully,
yet again, Alter Ego holding close and caught out. 𝗓𝒂 finds that entry, but the spray down is so good. It's an absolute death trap with the amount of players there on the defense, but it finds its way around to a 2 versus 2 again. The Love family is going to be trying to hold this angle onto A lobby. He has the right idea as Enable is wrapping around from this direction too.
He hears Sova drone, so that is already 1 vital
his
information gained. Oh no. Yeah, gets killed. And he even had the ult. He would have hypothetically had the opportunity to, for example, take an angle that would be helpful. Nate is gonna do the job. I'm not quite certain about it. I think it does. Or no, yeah, it does.
No,
but it's half diffused. Yeah, but it works. It was a nice idea. But the half diffuse got ruined.
Just unfortunate, really. You could see how close it was. They had the right idea knowing that Enable was coming from that direction, but they must have waited 5-10 seconds and gone, he ain't coming this way, we gotta prepare for them coming from defender spawn. And as soon as they looked away, he found his opening and got those kills. Straightforward stuff, but yet again, I'm surprised at how aggressive Alter Ego are holding on the defense. But Myth Attitude should be coming out on top in these fights. They have 3 duelists, 2 of which now do have their ultimates. But you can see right now, the money isn't very good for Myth Attitude now at this point after losing 2. Bladestorm is going to come out, and it is just going to be a Frenzy the Showstopper available for the Love family.
I have to be honest with you, Ryan. Calling it the Love family, calling yourself the Love family is probably one of the best player names I've heard so far. Because it always could be a team name. You know, a random mix somewhere in an A playing a round of 32 open qualifier. That would be the Love family to me, but this time around, it is a Love family. Not looking too strong at the moment. I mean, they got the 2 2-0 entry, but ever since, the reply was there from 𝗠𝘀𝗍𝒂.
Very forward-facing defense yet again to trade for each other. 𝗓𝗏 is the one that's going to try and break the deadlock. The shots are missing. It's more awkward than anything. The ultimate gets used up, but the right click is going to find the shots, but they don't expect Enable on the angle. Luckily, Mushroom can trade out. It's a 4 versus 3, so the attackers still having this advantage. Defenders are prepped, and 2 ultimates used at once.
Oh no, it's getting worse and worse and worse. It's still that ult that actually does not kill any defender. I fought back in CT. A little bit of a little bit of release of the blast radius would hit him, but ain't gonna happen. It's the B side that's gonna be once more to be defended, and also Cypher has been spotted. It's 𝗍𝒑𝒏 who knows how to deny this. And 𝑁ewJawn ready for the low angle flashbang, for the low angle blinding circus, and here it comes. Yeah, it's out, and suddenly the bomb has been somewhat diffused. The ult is used, and I think that this should be done. And does it? No, it's not yet, Ryan. It's getting problematic. More to the left. It has to be more to the left. No. No, the last ult charge.
What?
He still had one, right?
I think so. Usually you do see Silver players put the ultimate down if they think they're being rushed.
Yes, this should do.
He must have just assumed that he was saving or stuff, because the spraying came onto the spike, and then he stopped.
This goes here.
It's a confusing one. It's a messy engagement. It's the kind of things that I was worried about for Myth Attitude from previous experiences casting them. And it's these kind of rounds that I'm worried about because they have such an aggressive lineup on this attack. I'm worried about how this comp will do on the defense when we switch sides at half-time. Again, they find the opening, but that's never usually enough, at least going off these last couple of rounds. Everything used up. All 3 of the ultimates they had on the duelist good, but Enable, yet again, breaking it even, and 4 ultimates available on the defense. One's going to be used with Hunter's Fury. It's just going to clear B long. Doesn't catch anything, but that's enough information to work with.
And Linmore is pretty much the man right now who absolutely will deny any further presence of the opponents on that A site, because the problem that will definitely occur is that this poor lad doesn't not have any idea where Owen has teleported. Under half of stands, a boom is taken out, and suddenly the spike has hit the ground as well. It's the defense that is working strong as they make wonders. You know where the final player stands, but 𝗎𝗏 is far away from being done. This Phoenix is getting a little nasty with his shots so far. 70 HP are not looking too good. You see right there that 1v1 works. And finally, it is once more Myth Attitude jumping back with, I have to say though, Ryan, somewhat sloppy plays. You know, when they had that 2-0 lead, they got a little sloppy, thought, as you said, a system, you know, that never crumbled. Why would you just change it around? But I'm not so sure if they can continue this way, like getting a dominant lead out of their opponent like this.
I think the key thing, though, is that 𝗠𝘍𝒂 have to save. So these last 3 rounds that the defenders have been able to win, it's been close because they don't have any money left up. 2 Buckies are going to be on the side. They're going to be pushing down A mid. It is going to be watched, though, by the Phoenix 𝗎𝗏. Just keeping an eye because he's expecting that kind of play. Bladestorm has also been popped on the side of 𝗠𝘍𝒂, but nothing really much done with it. 𝗍𝘍𝒏 wants to try and get something done with a Bucky, but 𝗎𝗏 clearing that angle properly. Just Myth Attitude, honestly, if they want to win this match and win it dominantly, they just need to find the confidence and believe in themselves a little bit more, and they've had the better off start.
And as the smokes of Jet land, all 3 of them actually, all of them are worthless. They don't give them too much opportunity, or at least 𝗓𝗏 has not too much to do with that. As from behind, there comes the Bucky. You can't really tell me that this is happening right here. The attacker side, with this spy they have in comparison to the opponents, are looking kind of shabby.
Enable, every time he's alive, he can get stuff done. A little bit of overheal. He's going to try and take the fight, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wants to bait out. The teleport, though, is in such an awkward spot. It's a 1 versus 1, but 𝗏𝒑𝒏 only having the pistol at that point is able to upgrade his gun. Hot Hands is going to come through from 𝗎𝗏Jawn just to delay that spike being defused. 4K for him. Saving grace, honestly. for 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝗿 at this point. Clutched the last round, clutched the second, but the fact that 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿 went down to just one player against a full eco, again, a really big red flag when it comes to maybe not getting out of groups, but their chances in this tournament.
Yeah, but I fully agree on that, because especially this is like the warm up sort of for them. They still afterwards have to play another tournament, which is obviously, I mean, you don't either. For example, they saving strats, which I would not believe. I mean, they're right now trying to play it off this casual playbook where you just try to see where you find the room, try to see where you can find entries, and play with basic utility. But other than that, I genuinely am somewhat worried, as you mentioned.
I love the fact that Alter Ego have been doing this. I was very scared seeing it in that pistol round of them just played so close up, so in the face. They literally pushed down Belong at this point. They are going to take the engagement, but Patipan and Mushtoon, both of them watching that angle. So that aggressive play from Alter Ego, a little bit too much, but I like the fact that they tried to play very much in the face of the enemy. I just feel like that time was a little bit much when you're pushing down B and you miss that first engagement on the Sova.
45 seconds left of the clock. Here comes the attack as they rush over there onto the site. 𝗓𝗂. And there we see the ult coming in. 𝗓𝗏 is actually finding one over there on the carpet. And as that happens, well, already collapsed a little earlier than I expected. _J_N's ult was not even that useful. It's a 5th round from 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿, and it's not too much actually missing right now from getting the half already.
But Alter Ego aren't too far behind either. Enable has been nuts so far this series. It is just a best of one, so there's not really too much to go off of, but he's going to be their win condition. So far, the Reyna pick has worked out very well for him. He's the right kind of player to be on it. But this round for Alter Ego is going to be relatively stale. They're just going to be holding onto a couple of pistols and trying to push off of that. Much more slower play from 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿 now. Know that Alter Ego like to play a bit aggressive on the defense, and that first pick does come in onto A ramp. So 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿 getting a good read onto Alter Ego, and it's working.
That's awareness. That's awareness for you right there. Punishes 𝗓𝒂. And right now, already out of A. Yeah, I just wanted to say, _J_N is pretty much passing every line of defense. Has to be worried about lamps, but for now, they pretty much closed it out. They put the nails in the coffin called lamps, because you're not getting out of that under any circumstance. Spike has hit the ground, and that timer is ticking with hardly any chances for the defense.
The silver flank from 𝗏𝒧 is pretty good, though. The issue is nobody's playing from Bath. It's very aggressive from 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿 playing on this angle. They know that the Jet's still in there, but 𝗏𝒧 could get one. And he knows where 𝗏𝒏𝒄's playing from at this point, so he has to change up his positioning. Things yet again getting much too awkward, and 𝗏𝒧's actually on this lurk, brings it now down to a 2 versus 2. Again,
this is actually dangerous. Oh, there has to come the shot. Thank God. I mean, I was just for a second worried that once more they're giving a round away like this, but that ain't happening. 6-2-3, and 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿 with, one thing I find so worrying here, Ryan, is the matter of fact that they continuously get control over something, and that at one point it collapses in that sense that they just have loose ends, and those are just fall apart.
_J_N seems to be the most proactive when it comes to post-plant positioning. I liked where he played just on the back site of A, just watching the metal door as you're coming in onto the site, just to make sure that you can catch people out on a nice little off angle. But everybody else a bit flat-footed with their positioning, just sort of staying where they started, not really thinking, where should I play? Where could they come from? Because of that, allowed the Silver to wrap in behind. A couple of shots missed too, let's be honest, from both teams at this point. 𝗏𝒧 is going to be trying to face up to one. He can get one before Patipan tries to follow up and trade with the flash. It's whether or not 𝗏𝒧 expects another player in that position. He doesn't. _J_N finds that opening. The issue is these 4 surviving players of 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒿 spread across both extremities at this point.
I genuinely have you know, you were teasing me up with this mixture of strategy and everything, and for now I think we have somewhat been saved, except that obviously the free aggressive pieces that we have seen so far. It's classic defense, smoking your own Phoenix to see how proactive New Gen is actually going to play, as mentioned.
Resnats knows that they're all pretty much playing offside at this point. The spike is planted in a really awkward spot for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗏 to try and clear, especially with how close 𝗑𝗀𝗏 is playing, but the bottle found him. Now the run it back is going to be used. It is going to try and make its way through Bath, but both versions of the Phoenix are killed, and this is easy cleanup now. The defuse has been spiked. 𝗏𝗏 completely clears up house on the Cypher. Pretty much there the whole time. And a decisive round for the first time in quite some time, and it goes to 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗏.
Yeah, there it is. This was just basically sloppy. That has been played very, very sloppy right there, and obviously costly it was as well. It seems like, you know, they have this idea of you trying to defend with the abilities they had. For example, we saw the darts coming in from Sova, but then they took the duels one by one. And obviously when you do those duels one by one, you just gift your opponent so many opportunities to pick you individually. A strong mistake, a big mistake, I think I would say, but the circumstances are that way sometimes.
Bit of pressure now coming over to B for the first time in quite some time. Now we've been seeing From the Shadows dedicated. Enable doesn't get the raise that's brought out the showstopper, and it's going to be punished as the Love family does get that kill onto the Sova. The bottle is trying to hold on to elbow as much as possible, play for the post plant, the retake. And Spike hasn't been planted just yet. It's a bit late to the party. But 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗏 are expected.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and I mean, they have been hurt in CT, and they find 3 frags, the 7th round, and I have to say, Ryan, if there's a rocket program going on right there, on the side of 𝗏𝒂, if there is somehow a Thailand space program, it has to be started by the Love family. Exceptional movement, the essential of Raze, learned in its way how it should be.
And Enable had some really good shots to get damage on, but considering how forward-facing and aggressive the angle was that he was playing on, as soon as that blast pack comes in, the Love family just goes deep onto the backside. He can't hit them, and he can't protect his team from that shot. So 5 ultimates now in the final round of this half available for the defending team of 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗏. A 7-5 half for them, or at least 5 rounds for them, would certainly not be a bad stretch considering how 𝗏𝒂 haven't really pulled this as far away as they should have done, let's be brutally honest. 𝗏𝒁, yet again with the Blade Storm, trying to find this opening. The Eldron is going to scare them away, and Hunter's Fury is going to tag them. It is going to be actually on the attack. It's Mushroom that gets Enable, so the Reyna is going to be out of this fight. Empress not going to be available to use. The T-Bottle goes down in a similar fashion.
And with actually back in the driver's seat, I would say here, Ryan. It feels very much like after they had this short stint where the defense was not even that overly strong, but actually being, you know, denied because you are just playing it sloppy. I think this was costing them the one or the other round, but we were swapping over, and it seems like the entry opportunities for 𝗏𝒂, which are obviously Jett, Raze, and Phoenix. What is your actually personal opinion on Jett, Ryan? Like, is it an agent that we're going to see nerfed anytime soon? Would you think it's going to be nerfed anytime soon?
I don't know, really, considering that she was nerfed pretty... I wouldn't say heavily, but she has been nerfed recently in the past. I think it's just the role that she fulfills on the team when you combine it with the operator. Speaking of which, we've not seen either team pick it up at this point. It's just the aggressive nature of the utility. And again, that's an area that has been impressing me so far, is that if you look at NA or EU, it is just the Jett plus ult. That's the equation, but nowadays with the ult nerf and a bit of utility change for Jett, I suppose, with how that interacts, you need to be much more creative, and I'll be honest, that's what we've seen from 𝗏𝒂 and 𝗏𝒁 so far. It's been really good play, but I think really it's now just coming down to New Gen versus Enable, the Phoenix versus the Reyna when it comes to these frags. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 holding, changing up the gun to the shorty, but he misses the shot.
Oh,
I
no.
love the idea, but the execution wasn't quite there.
Hurts to watch.
Spike planted.
Either way, Nugent trying to make it work. Oh no, if the shotgun isn't working. No, it has to be the right click! And he finds the double for free. More is coming his way, but 𝗔𝗢𝗖 knows how to deny. Jesus Christ. For a second, I was a little scared, but it seems like nobody's really capable of making the shorty work this morning.
Not quite. It was a scary ordeal. 𝗓𝒐 losing this first defending round for them. And they decided to force up. An interesting sort of thing to note is that really when you see teams force up, it's usually because it comes down to like a 1v1 clutch in a pistol round. Because the team that lost the round know, okay, their money is going to be good because everybody has to buy up anyway. So let's just try and punish this the best of the abilities. The issue is here, 𝗓𝒐 didn't do that much damage to 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐴 on their attack. They are going to be trying to hold close with some of these bigger guns. 4 players around this corner for the Rays to deal with. No real damage can come in, but 𝗓𝒐 is fairly low. 𝗓𝒐 wanted to still play aggressive and in the face.
I mean, again, it's only the shorty. They won the round. It's still the shorty. It's a philosophy, I would say they're sticking to. And so, what? 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐴 is proving to be sponsored by any shotgun producer in the region. Only playing that.
I'm
Part
just
that was
so
with
surprised
attitude.
that it ended up working out. Like, it's just 𝗓𝒋𝒻𝒻 now. The spike is in 𝒑𝒄. 𝗓𝒐 just pulling out the most audacious, disrespectful round I think I've ever seen when it comes to the guns on show. And 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐴 really could have afforded to start this round a little bit better. Like, they got the pistol round in the first round of this half. But that
30
seems to
seconds
be all
left.
they're getting unless 𝗓𝒋𝒻𝒻 pulls out some spectacular play from 𝗓𝒑.
Well, I mean, the poor lad is in shock as something hits him from behind. Oh no. Definitely not what you want to see. Definitely not what you want to experience. As Nugent, you called him earlier that kind of proactive after-plan player, and obviously he's proven his worth. 18 frags on the board for this man. This his ult, by the way, is already ready again.
So the last time that I watched 𝗓𝒐 playing, I think it was 𝗓𝒑𝒻 that was on the, is it 𝗓𝒑𝒻 Vouch? No, interesting. So 𝗓𝒑𝒻 was the one on the Phoenix, and he had very mixed results, but this change-up seems to be working out really well for them. We're seeing the aggressiveness shine as the Love family is able to sort of pick up that first frag. Bear in mind that the guns are better on the defending side now after that force buy that came through. Run it back is going to be used across by Nugent. He's not going to find too much. If he can get a frag around this corner, that would be big, and he does. He just knows that Enable is going to be holding an angle like that. This could be the first flawless round that we've seen so far.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm slightly in shock how well this defense works and how there has been no reply so far. Yet, on the other hand, obviously we haven't seen a buy round from this party called 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐴 yet. We're expecting it right here. And I think one of the most worrying parts for me personally here, Ryan, is the matter of fact that 𝗓𝒐 is not really showing off his strengths when playing an agent that is so, well, I mean, you know, vital to the aggressor's aspect of such a team.
I think Enable's been really quiet too over the last couple of rounds. He looked so good. Nugent again has been absolutely on fire, figuratively and literally in some cases. Can only get a couple at this point. Mushroom is playing very in the face, and now suddenly this is an opening. Like, 𝗓𝒐 yet again start with that first blood, start with that play, and 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐴 managed to turn it around. Another round really that 𝗓𝒐 I don't think really should have won. Just as I think that they have it covered, that 𝗓𝒐 are like, okay, we've you know, woken up a little bit. It's the first time that we played today. I mean, it is a lot later in the day for them than it is certainly for us right over in Europe, but the ones like that that make me concerned. I still think 𝗓𝒑𝒊𝐷𝐷 should have this,
Out of my way.
but whether their eyes are set on the first place, that's an area that concerns me, I suppose. But we're not over just yet. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐕𝐄 actually yet again getting that first blood and looking good again.
And for now, it is the ult being used as good as possible. 𝗔𝗔𝗓 was rushing through. We just criticized him. More likely, I did. And well, okay. I'm trying to make a storyline up of that, but it ain't happening. It's the defense once more, getting in as hungry and strong as possible. As most likely, this man's life will probably end in any time soon. Fritz is falling down, and 𝗓𝒑𝒊𝐷𝐷 is picking up their 11th.
You gotta say, for both teams, their ability to turn around is pretty incredible. It seemed that 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐕𝐄 were the ones again started. It seems to be, usually if you look at the stats, whoever gets first blood tends to win the round. That's like the general go-to of, you know, whoever gets that first kill obviously gets an innate advantage and can use it from there. Here it seems to be the opposite. Whoever gets first blood loses the round. I'm curious to see if it's going to happen here. It is a full buy. No real ultimates on the board other than a Blade Storm and a From the Shadows for 𝗓 and 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐕𝐄 respectively. But let's see. First blood equals win? Who knows at this point?
And as there's not too much left for 𝗓𝒑𝒊𝐷𝐷, who looked a little shaky in the beginning phase of the first half, are now pretty much on the right lane of success, as the A side is their next target. Omen already smokes that one up, and in one way probably denies any further process for now, except obviously they want to do one of those ballsy plays. Seems like they're actually getting close to it, waiting for the smoke to fade or just pushing through. Nope, they're not even scared, making that move right there. They know where Boom stands as he rather moves back to CT, but the Love family, I'm not sure if he's on the radar.
Right back is going to be used. Nugen working his way through. 𝗓𝒊𝐷𝐷 isn't going to find too much because this is very sheltered defense coming through. And 𝗓𝒑𝒊𝐷𝐷 actually getting that first pick. Gets two. Patipan is clearing up house at the moment.
Yeah, but that nade didn't work. It doesn't even change the matter of fact that only 𝗓𝒊𝐷𝐷 stands. And as he falls, I was a little worried that the grenade actually deals so much team damage that you might see your own teammate fall to that, but well, 17 seconds left in the defense, so no real worries.
Point.
Because it's match point now for 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐕𝐄. Their buy is not good. It's whatever that they can afford, really. Two sheriffs in play. And the only real big gun is going to be on the bottle side, but it's half armor. Things not looking good. 𝗓𝒑𝒊𝐷𝐷, though, pole position to be able to take this one. Still trying to work towards getting another run it back. It's probably the ultimate that we've seen the most so far. Mush team has spotted something. Shock darts are going to come through to try and clear some of these angles, and even the Eldrin dedicated a lot of utility trying to face these two players. Rotate hasn't come quite around just yet, because that's a big bait that's actually coming in. As Lemimore is the one that goes down, the bottle is going to follow, but the A site is the one that was looking to be hit.
Alright, well, seems like that one might end soon. As we see, well, the judge is pretty much saying, that's a loss for you. Please accept that one. And as we see, a 13-6, the verdict has been spoken by the judge, and so we end our game number one. 𝗓𝒑𝒊𝐷𝐷 with a fairly solid game overall. I would say that somewhere in the middle it was a little worrying because it seems like they were very static with their strategies, but other than that, I think especially the defense showed us a force to be reckoned with, though they are actually the favorites in the group.
Yeah, I think that this game is going to be a little bit tougher than the next one, to be brutally honest. Like, I do think that 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐕𝐄 is a team that you would consider sort of middle of the pack with the region. Like, they're consistent with their results. They certainly don't look bad at all. I think if you took 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 or Team SMG out of this group, there's easily a chance that they could have qualified in second place. But this is a really important win for 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷. It ended pretty dominantly. Once we got to their defending half, it looked much more consistent. But there's still a lot of red flags that we saw. Just a lot of rounds that, even though it was a pretty decisive win, it should have been even more decisive. That's the annoying thing, I suppose, if you're a 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 fan, is the ability is there, the brains are there, it's the right kind of play for them, but too many mistakes really for a team of this caliber. We can have a little bit of a breakdown when it comes to some of the individual stats to sort of look at what went well for the Thailand team and what didn't for Alter Ego. And it was mostly just 𝑁𝑢𝑔EN, honestly. I'm surprised that the Love family wins him out on ACS, but the top frags of the server came in from 𝑁𝑢𝑔EN. No surprise, really.
Yeah, it felt like the Love family had a few more crucial frags than just more impact-wise. Let's put it that way. What's more concerning for me personally is 𝗓𝒐 down there in the last place with 150 whilst playing Jet. I would say there's somewhat of a correlation between some agents and some less well average comment score, but yeah, other than that, the most interesting one for me personally right here, Ryan, is the econ rating we see from 𝑁𝑢𝑔EN. 90 is quite decent in that sense that he made pretty much good use of what he got in his hands, obviously vital. And the first bloods in the Love family, 4 rounds he has opened, and I think we saw a good bunch of them, especially on the T side where his blast pack movement really changed up the game.
One thing that I'm curious to see, because we will be checking out 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 in the next game of today, which should be following up fairly closely, is the Love family that gets the MVP and the entry fraggers. You got to say as well, Patipan had the same amount of first bloods too, but I think the Love family's going to get the actual award, I suppose you could look at it, because he had the better ACS, he had more frags too. So generally, the triple duelist worked out super well for 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 when you look at the stats. But there's one curious thing that I want to pay attention to more with 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 going forward, and that's that he had 4 plants on the scoreboard, as we saw, and pretty much every opportunity we saw him fighting for orb control, he had so many run it backs. Some of them more successful than others, sure. Some of them were just used for intel, but you see you used to see something similar with Sentinels, where they would feed Sick, who is their breach player, as many orbs as he could possibly get. He would always punt the spike, he would always pick up the orb on A main on Ascent, for example, and they would just farm the ultimate Rolling Thunder over and over again to make use out of it. Similar here, but much more aggressive with the run it back, but it is finding success. Straightforward start for 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷. They are going to be going up 1-0. If they could beat Kingsman, which is their next game, they don't need to worry about qualifying at that point, really. We will then have Kingsman versus Alter Ego later on in the day, which at that point might be an end to the careers, I suppose, of some of these players, at least in this campaign. And then we get to see Team SMG play for a little bit, ending today with 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 versus Team SMG, which should be an exciting one. But like we mentioned before, these games are all best of 1. It is a round robin, so everybody will play everyone. And only 2 teams will qualify off to the playoffs. 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 start off on the right foot.
True, they very much do. And I think as we have start on the right foot, we'll see if 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝐷 will not only start on the right foot, but if they continue that little walk through Group C, we will head into a tiny little break. You should not go anywhere. Grab yourself a snack, a drink, and anything you need for a comfortable evening, day, morning of some Valorant. Ryan Central and myself will just be back in a second. See you guys in a moment.
Defenders win.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Welcome back. Time for some more of Valorant, and as it is morning in Europe and probably evening wherever you are in Asia, Brian and I are going to guide you through this wonderful scenario of some excellent Southeast Asian Valorant. We already experienced the strength of 𝗓𝒐, who, funny-wise, when I looked it up again, recently lost against 𝗠𝘀𝒉 in a brutal 0-2 fashion, which back then actually forced 𝗓𝒐 to admit defeat 2-13. Now they are coming in with a 13-6 win, and even right now have to face probably one of the, let's say, easier teams in form of Kingsman.
Yeah, you would assume so, really, based off sort of previous results. But Kingsman is just a team that we haven't seen an awful lot of. They're a team that have done relatively well in a lot of the Malaysian tournaments, specifically the AOC Masters that happened in that specific country. They came second, but the team that they ended up losing to was Todak, and it was to qualify for this event. But they've also had, you know, difficult results against teams like Team SMG, which are also in this group. And so you can sort of make it out to be a team that just isn't quite on the same level as Team SMG or 𝗓𝒐 at this point. But we saw a lot of gaping problems, I suppose, for 𝗓𝒐, even in that last game on Bind. The question, I suppose, is going to be, what map are we going to, and does that change up the composition or any of the ideas that what 𝗓𝒐 want to do? Because Bind for them, whilst there was a lot of problems and a lot of flaws that were easy to point out, was relatively straightforward other than that.
What's fairly interesting to me in that sense is that when we take a look at the low sample size we have of Kingsman, from that perspective, they have picked up a victory against probably one of the favorite teams of this tournament, which is Team SMG, right? They won Bind 13-10, which then is, you know, somewhat convincing to me, if I have to put it that way. So I don't quite know if they really would be that great off if the random choice will be actually this map. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I'm not quite certain here, Ryan, if that's what we're about to see. But either way, if 𝗓𝒐 obviously pick up the win, they already got the 2-0 and therefore a 100% safe slot for the next stage.
We're going to be going into the match very soon at this point. But I do want it said sort of again that 𝗓𝒐 are a team that should be qualifying. Like, regardless. Like, I think Team SMG might be a stretch ahead of them, but this is a team that has kept its roster. They haven't really changed up too much when it comes to what they want to do and what they want to play. So they're trying to find that success. All of these players on the side of Kingsman, I have no history with personally. I haven't seen them on different rosters, because that's also another thing that you see in this region. So I am curious to see how they're going to do sort of on the big stage, because that's what this kind of tournament is, you know, like there's a $15,000 prize pool. It's a good portion of money. And if Kingsman can get a win here, they find that opening and on Ascent, it might be a good result for them.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, this lineup itself, if I saw it correctly, have previously made it, I have to read it out, tournaments like Zero Synergy, Open Valorant, where they went first, monthly Retail Community Cup. Those are things we're not familiar with. I think they're not even listed on Wikipedia, but either way, obviously they come in with individuals who, you know, have obviously won something in the past. I mean, this team is already you know, established themselves in games like Bang Bang and PUBG Mobile, for example. So they are somewhat, you know, established in the scene in itself, and they even come in with the idea of having a coach, which might be a viable option and a vital option in the future. We're seeing Ascent, which is then obviously once more raising the question, to me personally, what kind of agent compositions are we seeing? Because obviously you would run minimum in comparison to what we saw from 𝗓𝒐 before, something like Killjoy or something like a Cypher at least. But you would say the same for Bind, I imagine.
I mean, it's hard to say, really. Killjoy seems to be up there more in popularity. And so it wouldn't surprise me if 𝗓𝒐 sticks to what they're doing. Sorry, I'm having like a sneezing fit at the same time, so...
Yeah.
Triple Duelist is going to be on the cards again, at least. So, again, it's something that they're dedicating to. On the side of Kingsman, I like their comp. It's very traditional to what you would see in Europe. And so, again, I'm curious to see if they pull out any particular plays from that book and that region specifically?
I am personally very happy here, Ryan, to see Breach come in. I think that's one of the most vital choices that could make a big difference in the entire process of Kingsman. I think, I don't know how you see it, but I think Breach is still the most underrated agent. And I think that nothing statistically says this agent is underrated. But still, you don't see him that often as you... I think he has to be on every map. I'll be honest with you. I'll be very honest. If you don't play Breach on every map, what are you doing? I see your silence is denial.
Yeah. No, I think it's an interesting point because it's like, it's just so long as you have that flashing role. Like we saw the Reyna, which is going to be in play on the defense this time to be sort of flashing in. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is the one that's going to absolutely clear up house. Razor on 22 HP is being able to get 2. It's all the 2s at this point. He can add some more, but that's a beautiful flick from the Love family who absolutely just shuts that down. Could be another great start for 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝗍𝗏 on this defense.
Yeah, it was actually the mentioned Breach that got 2 kills. What a guy. So, no, I very much personally believe that this is the agent that you can't really not run due to the fact what his abilities are, especially the 3 flashbangs, which you can put for everything, is just, I think, insane. Just purely too much to handle. Either way, it's not too much to handle for now. The poor little bot is stunned. The poor little bot still makes its move through B main, as Kingsmen remain fairly patient.
And it stopped Kingsmen in their tracks, interestingly enough.
Oh, look at that.
They're sort of split around. The Love family is not afraid to push aggressively there. Has Nugent to help him out from the angle, but can't trade from him there. Castle breaks him down. Nugent can at least get 1 before he exits the fight in the fray. Now Kingsman still wanting to dedicate to this B hit, and it's just a silver over there, but slowly but surely we're starting to see the Reyna move on over. So Nugent is expecting a fight. He gets another as he's coming through. And that's all he's really going to be able to get at this point. Oh, never mind.
Ouch, that hurt. And so, Nugent, who is running his Phoenix, is now running the Reyna and is making it work quite well. The Ares also come and play when needed, and suddenly it's the 2-0 starts. This is Group C, and this is once more a best of 1 if you just freshly joined. The Kingsmen will have to see if they stay on the throne and will remain up there with the crown on their head. But for now, it seems a bit of a revolution or resistance that has been put up by 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝗍𝗏. And, well, it's the buy rounds, or somewhat of buy rounds in both parties. I mean, when you take a look at what 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒍𝗏 plays, it obviously makes sense from an economic standpoint. It still looks crazy.
Revealing area.
Straightforward stuff so far for your 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒍𝗏. You're fairly content. Again, Nugent is going to be playing close on the cubby. The lair comes out, gives away his position somewhat, but has provided Ivan potentially an entrance. But do you want to try and face at that player? Castle wants to try and push up mid a little bit more, but the Aldrin is going to ping his position, and the Lover family is going to try and close it off. Nice blast pack sort of side peek, but Ivan was watching the other corner he was going to. And now 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒍𝗏 now down to a 3 versus 4 with fights that they chose themselves. Vouch still holding on to the booking. The money is good though for 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒐𝒍𝗏, even if they lose this round, but ideally they want to keep that momentum.
They do very much. Vouch can't make the flick work, as it's just too strong of a weapon to counter. And so Boom, as well as his teammate, hold respectively
30
A, as
seconds
well
left.
as somewhat CT spawn, Heaven, or mid close. Oh, the timing is incredible. How unlucky can you be? How goddamn unlucky can you be with Justa? That's in the meantime.
Still loses the fight though.
Spike
Yeah.
planted.
And therefore, I genuinely don't see too much of a great retake happen, but what will be very beneficial if they still get one player killed on the Kingsman side, because that would then mean that the majority needs to buy, and that could become costly throughout the process. But it seems with the weapons they have gotten themselves, they rather stick to what they have. The Phantom in hand off Mushroom. And also his teammate is going to keep what he has. Understandable decision, and therefore Kingsman fight the first round. But other than that, not too much to say about this roster so far, because obviously 𝗓𝒐 didn't have any buy, so it comes down to this.
Like we mentioned previously, 𝗓𝒐's money is fine. They can sort of buy up again, it's no stretch at all. But 𝗓𝒐 has enough for the operator if he wants to choose it. Patipan has that option available, but has opted against it for the most part that we've seen. Now we see another full buy coming out on either side. 𝗏𝒻 actually going to be picking up the Odin to play on that particular sort of catwalk stop on B. No ultimates available yet. Getting very close if you're 𝗓𝒐, though, to a couple of the big ones. The Showstopper,
Right here.
the Empress, only one little point away. 𝗏𝒻 has the right idea, but the spray isn't actually getting in the damage. It's just doing a little bit to the majority of these players. Might have to change up his position as the recon bolt has separated him away from the rest of players on the B side. 𝗏𝒻, not afraid, pushes on ahead, and 𝗏𝒻 actually winning that first engagement, gets caught out. 𝗏𝒐 can only get one before 𝗏𝒻 gets a second.
Satchel out.
Well, and that's once more his movement is to be proven how vital it is. The Love family is bringing the final frag, and also his ults to the board. So next round could become dangerous, as you know, there could potentially be somewhat of a rebuy. I mean, truly there's a Sheriff, but they'd rather not force it up. 3K and 4K, yeah, I mean, they somewhat decide to either do so or not. They're still struggling. But here's the decision. It is 3-1 that most likely will turn into a fourth, as 𝗏𝒻.
I'll find them.
He does the classics overplay over there.
Get out of my way.
Well, the Jet Dash is actually coming in on A main. The Lear play too. But Ivan actually responds with the Blade Storm. That could have been a dangerous meeting, but everybody keeps their life so far.
Here.
I like the change-up though. Knows that the Reyna is going to be playing on A main. He knows that 𝗏𝒻 usually plays this cubby position, but it is being watched by 𝗏𝒑𝒄𝒄. They've swapped it up. But I like that Ivan sort of spot that opening and went, the Reyna's using her utility over here. That means that here, this other spot that she usually plays is open. The Love family is trying to help out as much as possible, but it seems more than anything that Kingsman are pushing towards this storm, and 𝗏𝒻 can get one. 𝗏𝒑𝒄𝒄 is holding and he sprays down. It's easy cleanup, but Castle with the Sheriff. There was only so much that could be done on the side of Kingsman considering their buy. But I'm very impressed with how 𝗓𝒐 responded to that, considering, you know, that could have gone very wrong with the play at the start not really going to plan.
This is painful to watch here for Kingsman, who had the opportunity. But I mean, once more they're in the buy situation for themselves. Once more the buy is about to, you know, possibly do a bit of a change-up. But the previous time we saw Kingsman have the buy was when their opponent was still running Bucky's and Spectre. So maybe a different scenario.
Right
Either
here.
way, the attack remains patient.
Much better stuff from 𝗓𝒐. Like, it's not really too much to tell. It's only been 5 rounds, and they only need to get it wrong once before I turn very pessimistic again. They do lose that first player onto 𝗏𝒻, who was playing on mid. Got caught out by the lurking Cypher Juster. The Eldron used by 𝗏𝒻 just to see if he can get any more, and he gets the kill as well! The family is about to run into multiple people. Sprays an awkward one. He can try and get more, but gets traded out by Castle.
Revealing area.
As we see right there, once more, it's well, the Odin, who could possibly do big damage. As we know, those shots can be just way too many, but ain't happening. The Kingsmen, as they are in the lead over there on the B side, they still have 2 forces to deny. And look how close 𝗓𝒐 came. Still, the man is hiding. He has, well, now been spotted. That is for sure. Gotta make sure that he does not get killed more likely taken out from 2 angles. Left-hand side, 𝗏𝗏 checks, and it's so much of a mind game. It's so much of a mind game. He stays close, and the enemy's jet cannot spot him for now. There's the head. Second frag to be found. He makes it work, and 𝗏𝗏, as he stays so ice cold, finds the 5th for his team, and this is a leap by the book.
And really, I'm sort of looking at the Omen smoke that came in from Castle, and it just made Patipan's life so much easier. That's a really hard clutch to do, to be able to sort of spin around, get that first shot onto the player that's on B main at that point, to then kill the person in the back of Boathouse. Some really good play, much more consistent stuff. Patipan is bottom fragging for his team too, now tied up with Mushtomb. Much better from the defending side. This is the kind of team that is going to qualify comfortably, and this is pretty much their qualifying match at this point. They can afford to lose against Team SMG at this point, but a tactical pause is coming in straight away. Quite rightly, I think, for Kingsmen, who have 4 ultimates available. They have a full buy coming in, even if some of them have half armor. This is a great opportunity to try and put stuff together, because we haven't seen much utility being used to try and coordinate a play. In fact, more than anything, we haven't even really seen them get onto the site for the majority of the time. 𝗏𝗏Ci𝗂𝗿's defense with this comp mode does look really good. It looked really good at the end of Bind, so they're just sort of added to these defensive rounds with the way that they've been playing.
Well, and as 𝗒𝗏 is making a move together with 𝗏S, taking the control in front of A main. I mean, the previous rounds, we really have to digest that, because that's a heartbreaker when you pretty much had it, but obviously 𝗏𝗏 show their strength. And now it's about how much 𝗔𝗢𝗖𝗏 can you do? Not enough, and that is the 𝗔𝗢𝗖! It does not deny 𝗏𝗏 anything. The man tries to escape, has no chance, as the poor lad is being stunned. It's more coming their way, but not with the Love family, as this man knows where to put his ults. The showstopper is not stopping the show for now.
The issue here now is that 𝗏𝗏 over-rotate. I don't think they realize that they've got Kingsmen in such a awkward spot. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is watching it though. The flash is going to hit him consistently. And he knows that they're there at least. But yet, we're still seeing 𝗏𝗏 move away. That's a really nice teleport just to miss the aftershock. And he's found a nice little angle. Very aggressive, very confident play out of the Omen player at this point, just to check these angles. He can get the frag as well. He can get 2. This is a masterclass when it comes to the aim. Nice 3K from 𝗏𝗏𝗏. He was not afraid of taking that fight. And 𝗏𝗏, this is a different beast.
I'm somewhat in shock how dominant right now 𝗏𝗏 are right now here on the defender side, which pretty much also tells us the story of how it was previously when they had to be the attacker over on Bind and failed to really make it work that dominantly there. And suddenly, this was only a 20-second monologue, and suddenly the round is already over. 𝗏𝗏
I think we knew going into this that 𝗏𝗏 was going to be the better team, but this is just something else. Like, this is just such a good look for them, and one of the reasons why I've enjoyed watching them even back when they were made in Thailand, because there were 2 teams that were put together, Made in Thailand and then Thailand Attitude, and then they brought the 2 together to make Made in Thailand Attitude, and they are absolutely destroying right now. Kingsman can't seem to get anything done. No coordination really on the attack. And Patipan has now been using the operator for a couple of rounds now at this point, and so far so good.
And as you see right there, it's finally a sign of life we see here from the Kingsmen, as they might just head the one who's rain, but nope, ain't happening for now. Big problems start to once more come in, and the denial is massive. If that dart really hits it, I would have been in shock, and oh goodness! What is happening here with 𝗓attitude? I mean, it's on point. It is 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, 5 out of 7, whatever you want to use. It's on point here, Ryan. And you know, I wouldn't even say it's something necessarily tactical that 𝗓attitude does. Those guys just have 100% confidence. 110% confidence.
It's the beauty of watching a team like this when they are firing on all cylinders. The Kingsmen, though, it's rarely Castle that's been consistently doing okay for the most part. Bladestorm is going to be used on the attacking side. Most likely not having much to work with, and the recon bolts from Mushroom working on the same spot but still being able to find quite a lot of information. They're not going to find much this time, but the tempo has been increased. Ivan trying to dash up through, takes a lot of damage, but doesn't check that corner, and Nugent gets 2. Castle trades out the sort of mid-push that came in from the aggressive Reyna. It's a 2 versus 3.
It's finally looking a little close, to put it that way, but I remember a round where it was a little close already. And take a look, who's going to come on the site? It's going to be the Love family, as you wouldn't already have enough problems. It has to be one of the strongest fraggers entering that position called B, and he's doing it. He's like, this guy's going around the corner any second soon. But look at the discipline. This is so vital. The discipline is so crucial right now from the Love family.
That needs a push until the last spike gets planted, but just baits them out in the nick of time. 150 HP versus what, 20 at most? It's not a fight that really favors just 𝗓𝗏𝗓 knows that, clutches out yet another round. A 9-3 is the best result the Kingsmen can get going into halftime. The worst, 11-1. Kingsmen need to get something done here.
Nine to 1, and you know what's fascinating right here, that every single component fits. For example, a Mushroom here on 10 assists, most likely due to his utility usage overall, gets his drone concussed. It might be not enough for range, as it is Vouch falling yet again. Take a look at the room right now they have taken. Ryan, this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Oh no.
They are absolutely styling on Kingsmen at this point, but they do buy back a little bit. Little bit of hubris, I suppose, coming out of the defending team of 𝗓attitude, but it's not stopping the Love family on this huge rotate. He spots the cloak of the Cypher just as he walks across. There's no utility really to spot him out here. The camera being placed in a more aggressive angle just to keep an eye on the site. So the Love family can get quite a lot of stuff done here, but he might want to wait for his Silver pal to join on and try and help.
As right now, you see the Love family is once more striking. It's Mushroom falling. It could be the second right here, Ryan. It would be finally a sign of life. The short door. Oh no, it has been closed. Now open, and this could really mean danger, because you're opening up another opportunity for the Love family to find and hunt you. He knows you're there, and maybe it's time to deny that one. Utility not working, or more likely ult not working. Did he flash his teammate though, is the question is now.
He did.
It's Ivan. He did, right?
He did. I think what he was expecting with the showstopper not hitting, he was expecting the Raze to sort of push the Jet a little bit more onto tree. So he sort of paranoias across, even hitting the Jet just to catch the Raze if she decides to push. So it's a bit of an awkward play, but I can understand the reasoning at least. And it is around that the attackers can get on the post plan. The Love family with an audacious rotate, but there was only so much they could do, especially with Mushroom getting caught out by Ivan on that part of the map. Last round of this half, and it's not been a good one for Kingsmen on this attack. Hope their defense is better.
Nowhere to run!
And as you hear the solo ult coming in, maybe it was a one-time thing here from the side of 𝗓attitude of failing in the defense. Well, maybe a two-time thing considering what we had earlier, but it's all about the defense, as we see right here. And I mean, the defense so far has been on point, but I think they can pretty much transfer it due to their confidence here, Ryan.
Yeah, and the fact that even 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's bringing out the operator too shows how confident they are. It's, again, not really working out, but it's working out plenty for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who knows that there's one more. Spike is going to be in the hands of the Cypher that's trying to take this engagement, and Justa wins it! A mad peak and a great opening for Kingsman in a 3v2. The Spike is going to get planted. There are ultimates on the attack too, just in case they need them. And the Love family not working with much. The recon bot might find plenty.
Yeah, it might, but it's at the same time a good bit of information gained here from the Cypher ult, which could become a problem. But Love family is beheading Castle, and suddenly it is going to be a bit of a problem here for the Kingsmen, as it's all collapsing. Could not find the tag, because this otherwise would have been brilliant for a wallbang, but that ain't happening, and the bomb's ticking faster. The Spike suddenly starting to go a little too quick. Underhaven still needs to be checked. Hell, it is that is so vital, but they find another frag short. They somehow don't care, and now it needs to be your teammate. Oh, the tripwire! Oh, the cam! Oh, Cypher makes it work! And that's the third round here, Ryan. Jesus Christ. I mean, those are really intense and fun plays to watch, even if it's just 93.
Switching sides.
Yeah, Justa played that clutch really well. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 knew that his position was given away on the retake when he was hiding underneath Hell. Just knew that he had to play for time. The Cypher used that opportunity to sneak away, get to a position that was a little bit farther, had the camera on the Spike, tripwire set up too. Really nice clutch on the side of Justa, but still a long way to go if you're Kingsman. Now 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 on the attack, buying up a couple of frenzies, looking to do a very quick B execute. Omen's in a position on attack where he's looking to paranoia across to where the Sova is. So Zeke needs to be a little bit careful here, but it looks for the most part that Kingsmen are going to be playing very much in the faces of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. But this is going to hurt.
Yeah. Well, just run and gun, it seems to be. It's over the left-hand side. Oh no, this even works. It's disgusting. And suddenly, that Spike's in the ground, whilst only two are even close. But they come for a B main. And Ivan is so present, he makes noise. I'm not quite sure if they even had him on the radar.
Ivan's trying to sort of make his way in as much as he can. He actually gets like the nice headshot. Reza getting another double kill to add to his tally. He's it to a 2 versus 1. The Love family is the third kill for the Breach player. He is nice cleanup. And a much needed pistol round for Kingsman to be winning. 9-4 now. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were very good at winning the round following pistols in the last game on Bind. Are they going to force up and try and do something similar here? Looks for the most part, no.
Well, could this be the comeback? I genuinely don't believe it yet.
You can't.
I don't believe it yet. At the same time, 9-4 sounds more distant than it actually is, because it's only 5 rounds. That's not a lot. You can easily come back from something like that. And if they do so, it seems like they have a different target. The A side in this case. Cypher is the only one holding that position for the moment. Breach on short could come in soon, but the question is how much distraction will they make over on A? Well, as they move through, Cypher lungs to them already. Put down. Oh, well.
Spraying from Justa is good for 1, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 goes down.
One enemy remaining.
Ivan's also cleaning up house with the Spectre. Gets free. Castle finishes it off. As good of a round as it can get for Kingsmen, who still have a long way to travel, but don't take any economical damage. This is a bonus round for them coming up, and it's the first full buy for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's attacking half.
This is gonna be fun.
This is gonna be fun. Well, if it's going to be, it's the first spy round. Possibly it is about to be fun. Oh, someone's pushing through. Ah, the denial is massive though. You look at that confidence and suddenly you just get denied like this. As Omen considers the save. If this is the second kill, I'm really out of this, because that would be, well, horrible to watch. There you go.
You're just going to push on through. Takes up a lot of space. Perfect round so far for 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏. Just 2 defenders to dispatch. One of which is 𝗔𝗢𝗓 with the Ares. Trying to go on a bit of a mad flank, but the expectations of doing much damage here are pretty little for 𝗔𝗢𝗏. Best case scenario is a couple of exit frags. I don't think they're going to be expecting Nugent right on this corner, though. They're going to take that fight, and the peak is going to be good enough to trade out as Razor gets that first kill onto 𝗏𝒂𝒂𝒏. They know where 𝗔𝗢𝗓 is too now, and he's able to get another. Again, it's just damage at this point that 𝗔𝗢𝗏 are looking to do. And they're doing exactly that. They're upgrading their guns. The Vandal is going to be in hand, but just for a short second. Again, Nugent bailing them out towards the end. But 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒏 only need to win 3 more. They win this game against 𝗔𝗢𝗏, and they no doubt qualify for the playoffs.
Ah, 10-5, mates. It's getting close again, but I think we can once more when we see the final match, the third match, we can really pull the storyline of 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏 not being that comfortable in the attacker side at one point. I mean, especially the pistol rounds, I think on attacker so far didn't work, if I remember correctly. I actually know, though the first pistol round worked on Bind. The second one did. So pistol rounds are a mixed feeling, let's put it that way.
Just to try to take the fight as 𝗏𝒑𝒐 is the one that sort of breaks on in the opening. Well, gets closed and this execute is looking okay so far, but again, Razor's able to get in and do some damage before the spike goes down. Nugent playing very aggressive with the Eldra and is going to spot them right at the last second, but because the Empress is out, he can just teleport away at that point. Fully invisible, it's hard for 𝗔𝗢𝒏 to follow up on that for the trade, but post-plant positions are now solidified for 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏. A lot of utility now coming out of the defenders, but it's going to be hard to uproot all 3 of these attackers playing in A main.
As Nugent is not going to be concussed away. It's Zek who's just pretty much putting into a different universe with those shots, but look who's lurking around. It's a Love family who comes in and denies you any further as well. 𝗏𝒑𝒑𝒏 is fast enough to assist. 11-5. We're 2 rounds away from the possible success of 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏 in their second game, which would then guarantee them a slot to advance to the finals.
Should be match point, really, because 𝗔𝗢𝒏 haven't really got enough money to buy. They have a Blade Storm, that's all they really have. Ivan looking to pop it now with the buy of the full armor. But money now starting to buffer up a little bit more for 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏, the operator now in play from 𝗏𝒑𝒏 2. He's feeling a lot more comfortable with the gun than maybe he did on Bind. Playing a lot more frequently. Plan of the default, I suppose, for 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏 hasn't been decided just yet. More splitting up, but 𝗔𝗢𝒏 trying to play a bit more proactively. The Eldron comes out of B main with 3 players trying to hold there. And 2 defenders on A sitting very far back waiting for a hit. So a lot of space for 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏 to make use of.
They take their time. I think this is the first time I really see 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏 really run that clock down in that way. Not making any noise, not showing any presence. But on the other hand, 𝗔𝗢𝒏 are just defensive as hell. Not one single duel they're trying to really take. And as you see, there's no sign of live on the B side, no sign of live on mid. The decision towards the A rotation is clear. And as again, the old strikes...
going to come through very aggressively.
Uh-oh. No! Between both! He puts it between both. The worst of the worst. That could just happen right there when you have such a powerful ult, but it's a spike that still has not hit the ground. The Love family is on 10 HP, but other than that, it looks like that might just all work so well, as still Ivan has his ult. Ivan is ready for that, putting in Zek into the equation as well. It's more coming their way. As look at it, this is perfect usage of it all, but still, the defense remains weak, and it's only down to 1. As Soba tries. This is so unfortunate, Ryan, because they had it. They nearly had it.
Match point.
Close, but not close enough. The difference, though, but considering that 𝗓𝒑𝒑𝒏 could win it out here and now, 13-5, was just 1 round better than their score against the game previous with 𝗠𝘀𝘉 13-6, but this game feels so much more dominant. Nugent again, these triple duelists working out so well for 𝗓attitude, all of them fragging out, all of them finding impact. 𝗓attitude now certainly feeling himself more with the Vandal, but Zeke could get 2 on a nice aggressive play. Nugent trades out the Sova, so now it's a 3 versus 4. The plan for 𝗓attitude seems to be more move towards B. There's a little bit of utility there from the Cypher, but they're in 2 minds on which side they want to hit, and there's a lot of space taken up by Kingsman, who've got this all locked down.
One minute left on the clock, and 𝗓attitude got to play with a man disadvantage. As 𝗓ance and 𝗀 sneak up that A site. It's the opponent's jet that couldn't make any big noise, but the door gets closed. Mushroom finds 𝗧𝗎, but it is Ivan who strikes there with 2. 30 points of health does not deny him to find those vital frags. And as the 6th round seems to be pretty much immediate, he's not done. 𝗓ance is not done, and look,
30
they're
seconds
scared.
left.
They're not having any of that. Ah, no. And that's the worst. Now being tacked up. That should be done and dusted. Yeah, there it goes.
Smart hop down from Juster to keep Kingsman in it. Still having money. Zeke even considering buying up the... Oh no, he's going to give the operator, sorry, to Ivan, who really hasn't had much opportunity to use it all that much so far. Buy is still good. Would be a save coming out of 𝗓attitude potentially in the next round if they lose it. But they just need to win 1 more. Fairly comfortable with the scoreline so far. 2 ultimates online already. A couple more on their way relatively soon. Another 𝗓Xecute coming through. The Paranoia is going to hit across B main. But they weren't expecting Ivan to have the operator there. He's good for 1 before he gets smoked off. But the tripwire gets him another 1. Late Storm is going to be used. He's trying to get the kill onto Nugent.
No way.
Right-click classic.
Oh, flawless it even is. I mean, that's painful to watch here on the side of 𝗓attitude. And here it comes again, their attacker site. Even though they didn't have too much to bring to the table, now they are fully on board with it. And I think if there's time to close the case, it's right here. It's right now.
Really, the only thing that 𝗓attitude won't have this time is a gun for Nugent, who's still holding on to the Sheriff. Everybody else is going to be good for now. Ivan looking much better with the operator. Even after just 1 round, you can see the difference that it makes to his playstyle. 𝗓attude's position given up by a recall ball. It's a nice straightforward spray up for Zeke, who's able to be proactive. And yet again, this is looking to be another flawless round from Kingsman.
It's dangerous by now, mate. It's really getting problematic. As Mushroom is being stunned, he waits in top mid. The drone's gonna reach him. Nope, not in time. Love family knows how to guide his teammates. More like a guard in this case, but either way, the defense remains to be on all 5. Well, on all 5 positions. It's on point for now. That Nate misses by just a bit.
Uphill task now for 𝗓attitude to make anything happen from this round. Spike left in mid. There's 4 defenders, 5 defenders actually, if you count the Jet watching over this spot, trying to work out where 𝗓attitude could be coming from. At this point, they're dedicated fully to the save. And there's not going to be many guns for them to work with at this point. It's certainly not a strong look for them now. And it's a bit of an opening for Kingsman to bring this back, but you still fancy 𝗓attitude to just have 1 decent round to bring this home. The scoreline looking a lot better for Kingsman, who were, what, 10-2 down at halftime? What a comeback.
It is a concerning comeback by now, because the previous round they had to buy. They had every single piece they would need for a solid and strong attack. Fully missing out on that. Fully missing out on that opportunity.
Again, it's not the best buy in the world, though, for 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝗍 to make
True.
use of.
This goes here.
Bladestorm is only one away for Patty ban.
Goes there.
That's one of the reasons why they're pushing towards A main with multiple people. Help him get that ultimate, pop it up pretty much immediately, have it ready to go for this round. Again, like I mentioned, they just need one. Now the ultimate is available if they want to use it. Now they pop it, so that was the plan. But 𝗏𝗏𝒻's positioning is nice and even across the map. They have rotated away from B a little bit, but that's because they have Ivan on such an aggressive operating angle. The Omen here, 𝗠𝘀𝒻𝒄𝒻, needs to be careful.
I'm concerned right now because this is the slow playstyle we've seen previously where they nearly attack the A side properly, then wear the Knight, but the solid defense, and again, it's the last 45 to 30 seconds where they'll actually execute, and so the hunt begins. But Ivan, look at the angle he has. B main, nobody's coming through, and that is the spike. That is the one item they need to actually make the round work, but no chance at all. This is the worst outcome for such a round. As I say that, what in God's name is New-Gen doing? Because he could still make the run over on A really swiftly.
Look at his flank now. The Rays, the Love family is managed to sneak all the way around. Doesn't have really the best gun to take these kind of fights and can only get one.
He's making it.
Now the
10
Neural Theft
seconds
is going to
left.
come through, show
One
the
player
Reyna
remaining.
planting on A. Mushroom,
Spike
all his
planted.
job was really to be bait at this point. The Reyna's all alone. The Empress not going to be available anymore, just used up. They're going to try and be a bit more proactive with their approach, but it's a tricky spot to be in.
I can't really believe that he could make that second fractal. Oh, this is not going to work. No, he used the wrong ability. That second, maybe a misclick. The heal would have been so helpful, but nope. Because they jumped down one by one. This was once more the thing. They jumped down one by one. Zek was not waiting for his teammate, really.
There's no way that he could have really gone. I think that if he tried to heal,
no.
any form of damage would stop it, so it wouldn't have really done that much either. New-Gen just trying to make something from very little, and it's 4 rounds now in a row for 𝗏𝗏𝒻. 𝗓𝒑𝒐𝒍 just needing one. This is their first full buy in quite some time now. The issue is the Bladestorm and Empress all used up. No ultimates are going to be able to help them out here. Another 𝗏𝒑𝒄𝒻 coming through. The Paranoia not going to be used across B main just yet, as the Omen's focusing on trying to smoke on A, maybe bait that direction, but 𝗏𝗏𝒻 are expecting him to an extent, and Zeke gets that first blood.
No more.
And the worrying part is that this is like one of the most vital players falling early on. New-Gen should not die like this, as they though still take the room and the site. There's no ult on the defender site. There's zero
Spike
ult
planted.
on the defender site, which could become problematic at that point. Because it would be just that one opening on this narrow and close side of B, this bomb position where you have to check a good bunch of angles first. A great shock there, which suddenly does no damage. Wouldn't have expected that, but moves through his own cage, tries to have a special moment, not with 𝗏𝒑𝒐𝒍, as they find only one opponent left on the server. That is Ivan, and this man, nobody has to run into his crosshair, as now he switched his weapon. 25 shots left to make a move. Can't really with the crosshair placement of both players. Finally, they close it right. Finally, they find the victory.
They eventually get there. It went from a pretty dominant sort of win, looking to be 13-5 to 13-9, so a little bit of sweat on the brows for 𝗏𝒑𝒑𝒐𝒍. It was, again, a game that didn't need to be that close in the end, but certainly a lot of question marks around the attacking side of 𝗏𝒑𝒑𝒐𝒍. But that last round, a lot more stronger. A lot of interesting decisions on when to buy and stuff that you could certainly pick apart, but doesn't really matter at this point. 2 wins usually means that they've qualified in a group like this, and it usually means that, well, this game that's upcoming, Alter Ego versus the guys that we just saw at 𝗏𝗏𝒻, whoever loses that will not be going to playoffs at all.
True.
We haven't seen Team SMG play at all yet. So at this point, 𝗓𝒐 have come in to do what they needed to. It's a good result from them so far. But ultimately, there's a lot to be desired with how they played it. But it doesn't really matter too much. They can work on that in a couple of weeks' time when the grand finals are happening. They should be through at this point, unless something really goes wrong, which I don't think it will.
They should be. They should be. But we can take a look at the stats because we have to dive into that really, really quickly. Because there's one thing that I would very much like to mention about that is that we saw such a strong start. We saw an excellent, magnificent defenders positioning. They were confident round after round after round after round. And you see those statistics most likely look familiar or somewhat in that first half, and they massively struggled when they were in the attacking position. What's very crucial to me, though, Ryan, 16 assists on Mushroom. 16.
It's a crazy amount. These are the relatively sort of quiet game when it came to the Franks. The game, 𝗏𝒣 getting all of the first bloods this time. But the fact that you're looking at the Reyna, the Raze, and the Jett yet again, the top three, the triple duelist, working out to its full extent.
Yeah,
and only
I mean,
one kill to
please
separate
go ahead.
them, like 2019-19. It's just an all-round solid look when you look at the stats, but it's just a minutiae of it. You can't really see it in the stats, but the way that they go about certain plays or certain buys is awkward, I suppose, if you're looking at this team, but they are pretty cerebral when it comes to this kind of thing. They know what they can improve on, but ultimately they have plenty of time now to do that.
True, and I think what's also very interesting to see is the difference between the econ rating between 𝗏𝒣 and Boom, considering that they were actively playing the operator throughout the game. So, you know, making use of it and not making too much use of it. Either way, New Gen on the top of the scoreboard with 252 average combat score, rocking it quite well. But the man who made the first entries in the first blood, as you mentioned, 𝗏𝒣, over there on 5 of those. So we see our first team advancing and possibly even finding a classic and solid 3-0. We're going to see Myth a little later in this tournament, later in the group. Other than that, I would say we head into a quick and short break. You shouldn't go anywhere. We're going to be with you in just a second with nothing else, with just nothing else than the wonderful and outstanding, well, Ryan Central, obviously, first of all, that I cannot miss out on that. But other than that, the AOC Masters 2020. So, better don't go anywhere. We'll just be right back.
30 seconds left. One player remaining. One player remaining. Flawless. One player remaining. One player remaining.
Nowhere to run! No more.
Attackers win.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
And we're back. Ryan and myself got some more action for you guys coming in. We saw 𝗓attitude take down both Alter Ego and Kingsman. As though Kingsman, I would say, didn't necessarily, Okay, I'm going to ask you this question because I have to see if you have the same opponent as I do. I think not necessarily Kingsman played a specifically great defense half against 𝗓attitude. 𝗓attitude just got extremely sloppy in their play until they took it serious once.
I think there was some good stuff for Kingsman. I guess the interesting thing now is that we're going to be seeing them play up against Alter Ego, the team that lost the first game against 𝗓attitude. And really, because both these teams are 0-1 when it comes to trying to qualify out of their group, they need to win this game. So whoever loses, their chances of getting any further in the tournament are near enough over. And at least whoever wins out of the two will have a chance, both of which have to play up against Team SMG, which are the next 2 games after this. So times are looking bleak for both the teams in here, but at least a win means that they aren't going to be the bottom of their group in Group C.
Yeah, and I think both as you mentioned, right? Both are down. So basically, if you are more familiar with the Swiss system, this is basically the elimination match you would expect, because both teams cannot grab anything anymore when they lose this game. But either way, it's very pivotal right now. Really get into the position where you are the one fighting as hard as possible to finally, show a sign of life. Because once more, Kingsman as well as Alter Ego are playing SMG afterwards, which I think we both would agree are right now the team that you have to watch out for in this group, outside of 𝗓attitude, because actually this is the banger match we got for the end of the stream, which you should definitely not miss out on. But other than that, I would very much like to, because the map pool I think is right now the most interesting. Because 𝗓bind was shocking when we saw Alter Ego go onto the attacker side. They were really missing and lacking any composure and a strategy. Whilst it felt for me, Kingsman was quite solid on their defense from time to time Ascent, whilst they had an opponent that got sloppy. And I think both are in this position where, it's now or never, guys. This is a good opportunity to make some big money and get our name out there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the main thing really is going to be what map we're playing on. It is a best of one and it is randomized as well, so we don't really get to see what are the choice maps for both sides. But really, we didn't see enough of either of them when it came to their game against 𝗓attitude. Both of them had bright spells, sure, but none really. You could certainly look at the last few rounds that we saw out of Kingsman and go, like you mentioned, that it's all 𝗓attitude really failing to get anything going whilst they were on match point. For Alter Ego, it was more of a case that they had some really good defending rounds, but they were mostly outplayed from players like Nugent, for example, on the Phoenix Unbind. So this could really go either way. I still think Alter Ego looked the better team out of the both of them, but we still haven't seen what Kingsman could realistically do. But we are looking to get into the server relatively soon between both these teams. And the main thing to really highlight is this is a must-win game for both sides.
True. First of all, that, and I think a very crucial aspect when I once more have to compare this, it was not too long ago, actually to be very accurate, 5 days ago, where 𝗓attitude lost in a brutal fashion against Alter Ego in a best of 3. And, both teams come in with positive records, except the matter of fact that they have lost against 𝗓attitude. So I would agree. I actually see Alter Ego a little bit ahead of their opponent, especially, when we talk a little bit about, for example, 𝗓𝒐𝒻, who had a bad game. I think we have to say it like this. 𝗓𝒐𝒻 had a horrible game against 𝗓attitude, but he's a winning component. He's like a key to success when he's individually stepping up. Because when we talk about, really quickly, just statistically, 𝗓attitude, and he had a 158 ACS. This guy is rocking at 247 ACS most of the games. So yeah, he's a winning key. I think he's the winning component that right now really needs to be back in his place.
Kingsman, we saw some nice stuff out of Ivan where he could get the operator into play, and even Castle on the Omen had some really nice rounds where he could get a lot done. But it was few and far between. Certainly on their attacking half is where they struggled the most. Alter Ego's defense was very aggressive, very much in the face, so this can certainly still go either way. We will find out what the map is relatively soon. and it should give us like at least a more of a clear indication on what these teams are looking to do at this point. And when it comes to sort of plays and stats, very curious to know how these teams are going to play. And certainly when you look at the difference in the comps between the two, Split is an interesting one. Okay, so this was the randomly generated map, and it is going to be Kingsman defending first. So this is their best chance to get a good start, at least in the first half. Alter Ego have it all to do.
Yeah, I want to give you something that's somewhat obvious but somewhat interesting as well, because the sample size of Split on a specific tournament is so far 2. So we have seen it twice. So far we've always seen Omen, always seen Jet, always seen Breach. What we didn't see was Brim. Okay, I think that's obvious. We didn't see Phoenix. All right, and we didn't see Viper, which by now even is very, very, very common, all the way in Europe and even in NA. So I'm looking forward to that, Ryan. I think we got once more an exciting game up ahead of us. If you are wondering, this is nothing else than the AOC Masters, brought to you by AOC, who are the lads who sponsor the tournament with their brand new series. Of monitors. Pardon that, my brain was lagging out for a second. So you should definitely check them out as well. Other than that,
Translation.
The translation?
What is monitor in Austrian?
You mean in German? Monitor.
In German,
Wait,
sorry.
don't you say monitor?
Yeah, we say monitor. I thought
rather
that
say
was
screen?
the part that you were lagging with, because
No.
imagine just...
It's the same. You say monitor in German. You say also
Oh.
just differently pronounced. Yeah, but otherwise, it's a monitor.
Yeah,
But I mean,
interesting.
it's similar. It works. It's just my brain.
It's
It's a different
basically
thing.
the same.
it's
In
not about the
regards
word. It's just
to-
my head.
A bit more of an aggressive comp, actually. Zeke is moving over from the Sova to the Raze as expected, because you're not really going to have that impact from the Sova on a map this narrow and this tight choked. For the side of Alter Ego, though, they are going to be running the Sova. Frisnats is not going to change up much. In fact, the whole composition near enough staying the same. Frostmind is going to be over on the Breach instead. And again, this is a game that can easily go the way of Kingsman if they can have a good defending half. This map's still very much defender-sided, at least I think.
Agreed.
But Alter Ego, if they can get some consistent damage in, they could be the ones coming out on top. Must win for both sides if they want to stay in this tournament. And whoever loses, their chances are done.
Their chances are done by then. I think that the choice of Sova is really interesting to me personally, because I agree, it's so narrow that you need perfect usage of it. At the same time, we see Breach on both, something that is, I think, the most vital with this narrow corridors you have. And Berserk's the winning condition, you could say, missing out massively in the game previous, and now his individual skill needs to prevail everyone over there on the side of Kingsman. They got a bit of an idea where to go, and they'll definitely attack Heaven. As we see, Breach could become a problem. Same for Jet, eliminated one of the two factors as Jet moves through, and 𝐻𝐈𝐕𝐿 is so goddamn dangerous about such positions. The flash comes in. Oh, this is perfect composure. Flawless it is, right?
Yeah, Ivan and Reza had that on complete shutdown. Nice little crossfire, nice use of the utility too. Alter Ego thought that they were in with the fact that they got over to be Heaven, but couldn't even get a kill, never mind the spike planted and winning the round. Good stuff for Kingsman now. Two players that showed off the most with Ivan and Reza getting the frags, as well as Castle too. So a decent start to begin with. Long way to go before we can really say that they're going to be taking this one, but it's got to be one foot in front of the other.
Are you actually on the same side as me, considering the matter of fact that Viper is underrated, especially on such a map?
I think so. This looks like a bit of a force too from Alter Ego, so that's the thing I'm more curious about, that they have got some relatively big guns on their side. I think for a region like SCA that are very good at sort of taking multiple plays from multiple regions,
Yeah.
Out of charge.
the Viper is still a bit of a question mark on what they can do with it specifically, but
I mean,
Reese is doing a
for
good
every
job
region.
of holding his own.
For every region, the Viper is a question mark, I would say. Nobody really figured it out entirely.
100%. 100%.
I think the only one I saw really played interesting was last round safe, the one from Anders, the team where he coaches. That was, but I mean, I think he's doing Viper propaganda that way.
30 seconds
well,
left.
either way, try to take Haven right now. Suk is coming in from behind, and if he makes no noise, he should find 2 easy frags as his teammate is calling, mate, they're coming down ramp, they're coming right now, finds one, not the second, and it's clear what has happened. Went for the cage, A side it is, peeking wide and swinging, so they can find their second. It was a very dangerous round though here, Ryan.
Enough damage done. An alter ego can buy it, so there wasn't a force. It must have just been some guns that they were able to grab and scrap up. But Kingsman ahead. No ultimates yet, of course, because we're only 3 rounds in. But it seems that alter ego, aren't quite sure on how they want to go about this round. Set up a lot of playing a lot of utility towards A, with the breach and the omen potentially playing from there. But Spike is headed to B. Look at this aggressive push though from the defenders. Zeke and Juster are going to be trying to take as much space as they can. Might not be expecting Friznats to be around that corner, but he hasn't necessarily revealed himself. Now by killing that utility from the Cypher, he's let himself known, but the majority of the attacking team of Alter Ego going to be pushing in mid, but need to be careful of Ivan. The Jet, he's just waiting around this corner in ropes.
And as Berserks is
Chased him away.
You know, the kind of room they take with this is really fascinating because they really eliminate any threat coming hypothetically from this position, which is giving them so much more space. And blind he is, but not finding the kill. Unfortunate, as they now need to first of all find that breach. How in God's name is Reza making that possible with this tiny little Spectre?
Elmimo wanted to sort of break through. This looks to be a number frag to Juster, but actually Friznats wins that engagement. Reza knows exactly where this Omen is placed, and he gets his third with the aftershock kill, something you don't see an awful lot of.
Yes.
Another round going to the defending team on a full buy from Alter Ego that finds very little of anything. Reza has been great so far in this game, and he has a Rolling Thunder good to go too.
Here.
I mean, basically with Rolling Thunder, you put everybody on the entire map into heaven. Dangerous position for Kingsman right now, as you know. I see it like this. Though statistically in this tournament so far, Bind has been proven to be more one-sided from one party, attacker-defender. I still think Split is going to be a bigger question mark in that sense. Seekers! What? Jesus Christ. Missing all the shots until 𝗔𝗍𝗖 is absolutely ignoring him. Just like, brother, I don't even care about that one. But still, the A side has been taken pretty much with ease. That one's going down, and well, the defenders have the Rolling Thunder. It is the pivotal and excellent retake tool. Once everybody's ready and set, put them all in the air. Ouch. Ouch.
Nice peek of the ability from Breach. Elmimo, that was Sheriff. It's him that I'm watching because he has actually one of the best average combat scores across the first 20 rounds he's played. But Frostbite does something similar. 5 kills with Sheriffs just coming across there. Some really nice utility coming out of Kingsman to go in for the retake. But it's not enough. Alter Ego managing to hold on with so little utility and so little when it comes to their firepower. Take that first round. It's 3-1 to Kingsman.
Behind me.
Bomb buddy.
Crazy that this round didn't work, considering what kind of abilities that was still left. And as the spike is getting a little damp, not quite sure if it still functions by then, but as it gets slightly damp, it's the patience that is now being in place. Interesting to see right here, Ryan, for me, is that it somehow is Kingsman not swapping anything close to ropes, because this has been a crucial point of opening and information gain so far from Alter Ego.
Nice double peek, but Paranoia is even better. Ivan tries to sort of win out the shot, and a Rolling Thunder from the defender team. And that was a bit of an opening. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 tries to take that opportunity with all of the ruckus happening on B to try and push on through. But now it's just Juster. He hears the execute coming through. He's not really going to face it, just more keeping an eye on anybody coming through A RAM. Keeping control of Heaven is going to be important for the retake. But a 4 versus 3, Hunter's Fury available on the attack if they want to use it for the post plan. Look where the Silver is. He has a nice little position just to keep an eye on anybody that's going to come down ramp to go from A lobby. But this is awkward for Alter Egos, who have to hold on for dear life.
As you see right there, the retake might be just right now the right time, and as it is only one player from Alter Ego left, Frostmind has now been spotted, or no, still, he's been taken out. And I really have to discuss with that here, Ryan. I was really disappointed by the defender's usage of that Rolling Thunder, because it went down deep in B main, but it was absolutely useless in really stopping something.
I guess more than anything, it's just they were maybe expecting Alter Ego to be playing a lot of people there in that position. Considering they had 2 people peeking out at once, I don't think that it was a terrible play for 𝗧𝗎 to use it. I'm certainly looking at Frostmind's mod, the Rolling Thunder that came up from the attacking side over on A once that spike got planted. It was good at clearing a bit of space, but he didn't quite get the positioning onto 𝗧𝗎, who was able to kill him and not be hit by the ultimate at the same time. Now another full buy coming through, no armor or half armor in some cases for Alter Ego, who are going to be hitting B with a bit more pizzazz, but Castle takes out 𝗔𝗢𝗖, who actually brought in the Blade Storm to try and win these engagements. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is trying to run in on his own, can at least get Castle, but 𝗧𝗎 again trades him out. He's having a game of his life so far.
One enemy
As you see
remaining.
right there, as the defense is not to be stopped. It's the 5th round, and I think because I'm not certain how Kingsman feels over on this map so far. I mean, statistically speaking, you know, when we talk about played it 3 times and, you know, actually delivered a decent defense from time to time, but their attack is really weak. Their attack is really something that you have to worry about from time to time. At the same, I really have a problem with actually making assumptions off of a small sample size. 3 times they've played it, and I mean, you can't make any assumptions off of that.
Buy is big for the attackers who have 3 ultimates but very little else. Is Zeke expecting this Jett to be as pushed up as she is? With the smokes, it's hard to say, but considering that Jett's actually thrown a couple out, trying to make their way in, there's 3 defenders waiting there, and a lot of space actually given up to get that spike planted. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 is taken out in the process, and whilst we're seeing Alter Ego taking a lot of space, or at least trying to, they are losing a lot of these engagements. 3 versus 5 for the full retake. Ivan trying to wrap around to catch people. He's going to catch a breach here. Or not, never mind. Frostmind wins that fight, and now the shot's coming out. Gets one, he's trying to spray. Friznats wins that fight. Wasn't quite as clean. But guess who comes in again? 𝗧𝗎 with a 3K. He has another Rolling Thunder. And Kingsman 6-1 up.
What I find so fascinating about, really, I have to say, you know, maybe you disagree with me, I think the most satisfying thing in Valorant is excellent race movement. I think there's nothing that is more enjoyable to see someone know how to use their blast packs.
I'd say so. I think we haven't really got to the level where... Oh, I'm excited to see more agents in the game that have those similar kind of bits of tech. Because Riot really like it, and they have no intention of nerfing that for Raze at any point in the future. So that's a good look for the game. Not necessarily a good look, though, if you're Alter Ego. 3 ultimates, a full buy, but only 1 round out of 7 that they've been able to catch for themselves. majority of the reason has been this heaven hold from the breach. 𝗧𝗎, he's going to have a flash out. The pinch shell is going to come through. Zeke peeks off of it and gets that first blood yet again. 𝗔𝗢𝗖, the first to die, 2 rounds in a row. The Paranoid is going to hit the breach, but the Rolling Thunder hits him even harder. 𝗔𝗎𝗖 taking out from the collateral from there, and 𝗧𝗎 gets another one. He's absolutely on a tear, but can only do so much in this 3 versus 1.
Yeah, and I mean, they know where the final breach is. They just have to play it smart at this point. You know, C could even give him room. It's not like he needs to peek. You can't just wait for his teammates to once more just join in for that action, but he sees it beforehand. 7-1, Ryan. It's absolute disaster for 𝗏𝗏𝒐. And a quick look on the scoreboard in a second should just tell us, look at that winning condition. 𝗔𝗎𝗖, 1-8. And he's playing the only real aggressive role in this team. That's really not what you want to see.
I don't necessarily mind the deaths, but yeah, it's the kills. I feel like when you are playing that role, you are playing entry, which you'll know from a tactical shooter. The idea of the entry being a top fragger is often just a bit of a pipe dream more than anything. Your job is to just be a massive distraction, and to be honest, 𝗔𝗎𝗖 has been that. He's done a good job at creating a lot of space and being a problem, but nobody can follow up. Another eco round, sheriffs at most. They have been able to do a little bit of damage towards Kingsman. In fact, the round that they won was that exactly. But 𝗔𝗎𝗖 adds to the first death list. 1-9 now, just to be able to hold on with all of this utility. Can catch the Cypher, he actually can. 𝗏𝗏𝒻𝒻𝒻 trying to get in that position. 𝗧𝗎, another triple kill. This is some nice Valorant that we are seeing out of Kingsman. Moments that we saw from their game on Ascent against Myth. But this is something else, and 𝗏𝗏𝒐 can't get a hold on this game at all, and it's looking embarrassing at this point.
I think embarrassing fits really well, because this is I think it's not even, it's a bit of a shocker for me, first of all, because, you know, I have to put it this way, my friends. It is this team named 𝗏𝗏𝒐 never losing this map so far. Not once. They've played against Boom, NXL, Exodus, and King of Gamers. And they have recently won this one in the ESL SEA Community Clash Grand Final Best of 5. And right now, they're playing like amateurs. I have to be brutal, but they're playing like amateurs.
An opening for 𝗏𝗏𝒐 though. 3 versus 4. The spike is going to get planted, and they have a Hunter's Fury and a Rolling Thunder. 𝗧𝗎𝒑 here wants to try and catch somebody that's going to be main. Like, the Silver actually using Hunter's Fury here is a big question mark. He doesn't have a lot of information, and it's provided a bit of an opening for the race to break on through. Luckily, Frostmine could get that, but again, the Rolling Thunder not going to be used. 2 versus 2 now. At least the Silver's able to clean up. Second round now for 𝗏𝗏𝒐. And I was very, like, the Hunter's Fury, typically what you'll see, right, is the spike gets planted, the Silver will run to, like, A main, play very far distance, and play for the defuse. As soon as the defenders stick it or try to touch it, the ultimate comes out then. So that was a bit of a problem, I suppose, for Kingsman. But 𝗏𝗏𝒐 end up trying to win up the game, at the round even.
It was about time, wasn't it? I mean... patience, 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 and patience. And finally it works. Like a charm, you could say. I wouldn't even necessarily call it a charm, because it's really, really problematic in that sense. As you see, once more 𝗔𝗎𝗑𝒑 coming in as the entry. But look at the patience. It's so relaxing how he's just absolutely waiting out until, guys, come on, come around the corner, please. Let me have my time. So as 𝗔𝗎𝗑𝒑 moves through, finds the first castle down, and this could finally be his time.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
And so, Ivan trying his best, but most likely won't make anything over here. Still, he dares and dares and dares and works and moves, but no success granted. It is the third round, and you know, I gotta say, 4 rounds on defense, 4 rounds on attacker
round in the half.
is workable.
Hello.
And so, as it is 8-3,
Get out of my way.
Ivan and Co must pretty much make a clear signal that they have to strike so massively against this, but here comes the counter breach. First of all, denied. It's Frostmine as well as 𝗔𝗍𝗍. Hope to get a bit more running. Flash is about to be ready from bridge, but no, he got actually none of that left. The defense is, well, massively hindered, and therefore, as they see where the Omen has already teleported, they make their move on B.
Reeza's been so good. Can he add to his tally? No. The bottle catches him out with a nice little headshot. Castle in an Omen versus Omen does get a nice flick too, trading out some of these kills and just bringing it close. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑 should very much easily have this now at this point, but you never know with how Kingsmen have been playing. This ending this half 9-3 would be great, but to be honest, 8-4 isn't a bad half either. Camera's going to spot, you would imagine this is not looking too good for Kingsmen to make anything happen at this point. No point trying to get any exit frags either, just see what you can grab, take any fights. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑 going to be adding their 4th at this point by the looks of it. Really good half by Kingsmen. But 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑, to be honest, the last couple of rounds have been much better from them. Because it was 8-1 at that point. The fact that it's 8-4 is a really good look for them, but still, they're behind and need to try and catch up. They are defending now, so that's the better half, and really it all comes down to how good Kingsmen are going to be on this attacking side.
I'm somewhat scared to that degree. They can't really pull it off in the long run. Because, you know, I very much have to say, Kingsmen, man, they were in the driver's seat. And the same thing happened towards the end of the first half between Myth and Kingsmen on Ascent, where we saw them, you know, start to get a little sloppy in their defense, or their opponent obviously stepping up their game, one of the two. And so for now, I'm somewhat, well, insecure in how they're going to make that one work, obviously. So, from this to that, and from that to this, 8-4, Ryan, and, well, the pistol should make the difference.
A lot of heaven control coming out yet again. The paranoia is good, and it scares away at 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑 for the most part in this defense. Yeah, I'm going to try and reface, but it's just Ivan over here. Wouldn't necessarily be a bad play, because it's keeping a lot of attention from the defenders, but really, the rest of Kingsmen aren't doing too much with the time and space. They're now finding a way to try and wrap around onto A. If they can win that fight on the jet, they get the headshot in, but just they can't do any more than that at this point. The rotation is going to come through from 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑. Ivan tried to get up close, but Friznats catches him from the low ground.
You dislike to see this massively, don't you? Because it's starting to get a little worrying. Rizza just gets caught in the process, and Kingsmen can only rely on one man, but the 4K is there for 𝗔𝗍𝗍𝗑. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑 back in, well, not necessarily the driver's seat yet, but on the right track, I personally would say. Makes me somewhat happy. I really gotta admit, it makes me somewhat happy that we get a closed duel right here, right now. Everything else would be, I mean, disappointing sounds harsh, right? But disappointing?
Especially a game of this importance.
True.
Like,
Absolutely.
Kingsmen, 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑 will want to be winning this game, otherwise there's no chance of coming back. And Kingsmen, 8 rounds on their defense is pretty good. But now that advantage will lay to 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗍𝒑, who are going to use it at every opportunity. 𝗔𝗍𝗍𝗑 is able to get even more bang for his buck It's just the one player left to drop this spike in, and as it goes down, so does just 8-6 now. And 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵 have brought it from 8-1 to 8-6. 5 rounds now in a row for them, and Kingsman in this next full buy that's coming up really need to get something going, or it's all going to start to fall apart.
This horrible, annoying shock darts that are coming at you. You just hate it. You just hate it. And so, it is coming closer. And this is the thing about Split, right? It's just so obvious defender-sided map. And, well, some individuals need to step up, because the thing I'm disappointed right now in are both Jets, actually.
It's not really gone to plan for 𝗔𝗢𝗖. Most of his team are doing just fine though at this point now. Some of which are starting to warm up to the occasion in the same way that 𝗔𝗎𝗓 has. 𝗑𝒣𝒐𝒂𝐿 starting to come through. Multiple people. 𝗠𝘂𝒧𝒋 is wanting to actually play from within the smoke. �Rostmind is good to get more, and 𝗠𝘂𝒧𝒋 actually makes it work out tremendously well. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵 now only 1 round behind, and you would imagine that Kingsman at this point will have to save, so the scores are going to go all even.
They do go all even. Well, I'm fairly happy to finally see some development in that sense. As for now, we're getting close to a tie, and we haven't had a tie ever since. So, here we come. Your wonderful, exciting game. Here we come to see aggression and massive plays. Once more, the spike is getting damned, for Christ's sake. Stop leaving it there.
Wow, my eyes are down.
𝗠𝘂𝒧𝒋 can get a lot of information, but it's just the one raise, and it's forced the breach over 𝗓rostmind to try and help. It's a 4 versus 4. And Kingsman could use this to their advantage if they could just find an opening. Yeah, spread across the map at this point, and that kill onto 𝗓𝗓 isn't necessarily a good look. Because 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵 seem to have everything in full control, and they're ready to rotate across the B, which is where this hit is going to be coming from. 𝗓rostmind gets the information, doesn't quite get the kill, but the rotation is pretty much ready, and all of these angles are being watched. 𝗠𝘂𝒧𝒧𝒋 gets another. It's just clear up now from 𝗔𝗎𝒄, who's now starting to add a few more kills to his tally. 8-1 to 8-all. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵 have been so much better. Kingsman, if they don't win this round, they lose the lead. They will have to save yet again. And suddenly 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵 going from being dominantly behind to clinching this away from them.
True.
Here. This is our home. Keep them out.
8-8. Wouldn't have expected to finally see a tie. I think also the play of Jett on 𝗔𝗎𝒓𝒏 is somewhat unusual. I would really like to know what their thought process is in leaving ropes really out of the equation, but breach flash nearly making it work.
Confidence doesn't look there for 𝗔𝗎𝒄. Should have really been an easy kill for him. To bottle, though, is looking a lot stronger. Getting a kill onto A lobby and pushing beyond that to get a lot of information. If you're 𝗔𝗎𝒄 and the rest of 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵 on this A site, you want to be moving over, or at least moving to the position that they're in now, just to watch people come across from ropes. But it is going to be the B execute coming through. Ultimates have not been available for Kingsman. Not really too much has happened for them on this attacking side so far. They're going to break onto the site, and to bottle catches 𝗎𝗓𝒏 lurking. The advantage yet again going to 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵.
It's going to 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵, and well, it definitely will become a problem at that point. As that spike has hit, it is once more a sign of life from the Kingsman. Talking about it, well, this man is definitely being put to sleep. Zeke is out of the equation. And as they push out and push in, nobody can handle that strength and confidence. 9-8. It is, I think, after, well, by now, 16 rounds. The first time we see a lead coming in for 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐵. It was a long trip.
8 rounds now in a row. Kingsmen have been quiet. And on round number 6, they're only starting to get their ultimates on board, so it really shows that they're not even getting kills to the point that ultimates have come online. Maybe 1 or 2 around, but that's been it.
True.
And Alter Ego have had ultimates and stuff to go on a fairly healthy rotation. They have a Hunter's Fury and a Blade Storm available. Gonna be trying to push down mid, but again, some stuff coming up towards A and a slow push on B main. Ivan finds an opening. Be lucky enough to not die in the process. The rotation, the bait has worked actually, because these two players are just trying to bait for the rest of the team. Alter Ego have rotated the majority of their players over to A. The B is looking fairly open for business, but we're not seeing Kingsman check it proactively. They're just sort of sitting around and waiting for something to happen.
I mean, it can work, obviously, but at the same time, you know, they swap positions so massively, and I think there has been no sign of life ever since from Kingsman that the 3 man on A and only Cypher holding on B. I can't see his cam, so it must have been destroyed in the process. Well, Jet is considering, right? But I'm worried. I'll be honest.
Yeah, just waiting and watching these angles now. I feel like Kingsman took too long.
30 seconds left.
You got the Cypher and the Jet watching this angle. It's going to get double peaks. Berserks can get 1. It can't get 2, but Hunter's Fury is going to help protect and allow him to chase up a second kill. Suddenly, this advantage for Kingsman has fallen down. It's a 4 versus 2.
Off your feet!
Both these players were on site position, giving up the rolling for. They're now going to be forced out from the attacking Breach Reza. He's good for 1. Now it's a case of clearing the site. Castle can get another, but it's a 1 versus 2 now.
Cage triggered.
The Cyber Cage goes onto the spike to go for the defuse. They know where Reza is.
Yeah, they know. And there he goes. No chance at all. The defuse comes in time.
Started off so well for Kingsman.
It did. It really did.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
The only good aspect of it, I suppose, is they only use the Rolling Thunder. All 4 of the other ultimates they have. Ivan, no doubt, looking to use the Blade Storm now, but the Showstopper, the Neural Theft, everything else, especially the Raze ultimate, should be saved up. To bottle now having the Operator. Nice straightforward kill onto Justo as he peeks into it. He's able to get even more, and more is dedicated to Kingsman. You're 3 versus 5 and you throw out the Showstopper. Doesn't quite catch anything.
No.
And it's a flawless round. Expensive when it comes to
Goodness.
the ultimate that was used. It's unfortunate, but now Alter Ego only 2 rounds away from match point. Or 1 round away from match point, 2 from winning.
Yeah, and I really have to say right here, Ryan, that it is just the type of thing where you have to be worried that, you know, those 8 rounds have been look great and awesome, and you're doing a good job overall, but if you simply don't get yourself in that spot where that you know, how do I put that? That you pull through, then you're messing it yourself, and it's your own fault at that degree, as harsh as it sounds.
So he gets one with a bit of utility, but the ball with the Operator is good to get a couple more frags. The 4 versus 4 to full buy on the side of Kingsman. But yet again, they're trying to work the map as much as they possibly can. Ivan's taking a lot of space, but nobody is with him to help him out on this angle. Especially when you got Frostmind on the ground, watching that angle, ready to peek it. Defenders look much more comfortable than the attackers, and Kingsmen are a bit of a loss on what they want to try and do here, and not really being able to do much at all. And with Ivan taken out there, things are looking just as bad as they have done over the last 10 rounds.
Very much indeed. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it.
Here.
One player remaining.
And, Oh, the collateral! No!
Collateral.
No, this is not the way you want to finish! Oh, this is so absolutely disgruntling for the side of Kingsman. 8 rounds. 8 they have achieved. They have done so well. And 8, again, they're coming out of this. And this would mean they're eliminated. The worst of the worst, basically.
Both these teams do have to play up against Team SMG a little later on today. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿 are going to be going into that matchup with a little bit more confidence, especially if they can win out this game here.
Get out of my way.
So many rounds in a row.
Revealing area.
11 total that they've been able to get on the bounce. And money is not going to be ideal for Kingsman, even though they're on full buy, and that first kill is the first nail in the coffin now, as Juster and Kingsman are in a 4 versus 5. No real ultimates to make use of, and even 𝗓𝒃𝒃 is starting to style a little bit more. Kingsman desperately heading towards B.
Come on, attack.
Again, the Kingsmen are trying their best to enter that site in that fashion. As seconds away from just dying like that, but nope. Still got his own breach charge. Can't find 𝗔𝗢𝗖 in the process, and it should be done and dusted by now. Especially the jet ult coming in. Both are back in the corner, hiding and trying and working it, but no chance at all. They got it. Kingsmen are out, and that means Group C saw someone get their first few points finally coming their way. It was about time, I have to say, mate.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. If you're Kingsman, you're 8-1 up and you lose 13-8. It's the worst way that you could go into the sort of second half. It was all 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿 on the defense. Kingsman couldn't do anything on their attacking half. And it showed. 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿 just showing that they're a lot more experienced and comfortable. And even though they were so far down to begin with, having the tenacity to turn it around and bring it back shows that they're a solid team. The chances of Kingsman qualifying out of this group have pretty much been shut down. We will still see them play a little bit later today against Team SMG, but their losses against 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿 and Myth Thailand, as we saw earlier, Myth Attitude, sorry, pretty much confirms their exit.
The funny part for me about this game was, and we're going to see it in a second with the scoreboard, is the matter of fact, when you take a look at VLR and take a look at all the games that 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿 played on Splint, they always started on defense. Always. Always, 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 always. Which basically means that every time they have been in such an official, environment, they always had this advantage of starting fast, because as we saw, the defense is where they can make it work. The defense is where they don't struggle. And that also means that they never really need to prove them on attack anyway. So obviously scary, scary, scary stuff we have seen there when, have this kind of mental attitude of always being able, first half has been really bad, but whatever, we can just get that off of us and, know that we are better on this map. Could become dangerous for the future, as we see once more 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿 in a second against SMG.
Yeah, and that should be an absolute belter of a game. But let's look back at what we just saw, try and see where it started to go a little bit wrong for Kingsman.
True.
And we had some really good moments from players like 𝗔𝗀𝗖, especially top frag throughout the server.
Excellent.
But the majority of those kills came in those first 9 rounds that we saw. Since then, everybody seemed to show up. 𝗓𝒃𝒃 was 1-8, 1-9 at some point, and managed to pull it back to a positive KD. So he was one of the better results. But I think, honestly, even though Friznats has the better ACS, I'm looking at 𝗔𝒂𝒊 with the amount that he did. 5 first bloods on the Omen. He had the B site over, full control over him. And just everybody else other than Razor for Kingsman just didn't show up in the same capacity. And so 𝗓𝒃𝒃 managed to turn it around, and everybody else seemed to play and fulfill their role in a good capacity. So that is, good stuff coming in for 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝐿. They keep themselves within the tournament, but they will be playing up against Team SMG in the next game, like you highlighted. And Team SMG are not only favourites for the group, but a solid favourite for going through the playoffs, getting to the finals, and maybe even winning the tournament. This is a consistently top 5 team in the Southeast Asia region, and you would expect them to be able to take the next 2 matches. They will play up against Alter Ego. They will then play 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗏, who at this point have nothing really to play for. And we end the day. I would imagine a game that will decide seeding between 𝗓𝒐 and Team SMG. But of course, it's been a while since I've seen SMG anyway. A lot has changed. So there is potential for Alter Ego to come in and do well that match. The MVP was 𝗧RZA. It sucks to be the MVP on the losing team, but like I mentioned, 𝗓𝒐𝒏𝒊 for me was the MVP of why it went so well for Alter Ego. And he definitely deserves a strong shout out.
Still, 2 things I would really like to touch on with this game is that I'm disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed by 𝗓𝒐𝒏. Not his day. Absolutely not his day. He can't really connect with the performance he previously had. And I mean, this guy had previous performances where he was rocking a grand final with nearly a 250 ACS, which is on point. And then again, he failed to make a solid move right here. I think again, if there's a team, which we're obviously going to see in a second, SMG, capitalizing on those mistakes, then you need someone who knows how to play those entry-heavy agents much better, much better. 𝗏𝒐 at the same time was crucial to me due to the fact that his econ rating was 84, if I saw it correctly. And 84 is an excellent econ rating, considering most likely that you can turn those ecos around.
It's the sort of visual confirmation of everything we've been talking about. 𝗓𝒐𝒐 looking to qualify Alter Ego, even with their scores, but we haven't seen Team SMG play. We are about to sort of run into them playing up against Alter Ego, the winners of the last game that we saw. And 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗏 have 1 more game today, but it's not really going to amount to much. 0-2, there's no real way for them to pull it back. Mathematically, I don't think there's any literal way for that to happen, but the likeliness is also pretty low. We still have all of these games to play out, ending on the 𝗓𝒐𝒐 versus Team SMG game, which should be an absolute blast. But so far, the regionals for Group C in the AOC Masters Tournament 2020 have gone, I would say, as expected.
As expected, 100%. As expected, we had a few upsets right there and here, but we might just have more upsets coming our way in the future. 3 more games to go, and 3 more games you should not miss out on. So we'll just head into a little break, and we're gonna be back with SMG versus Alter Ego.
the dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
with nothing else than some excellent SEA Valorant. On my side is nothing else than Big Brain Ryan Central. My name is Sesh, and or more likely, we're going to guide you through Team SNG versus Alter Ego, as Team SNG has recently been on a run. 4 victories in a row those guys have picked up. Especially, they have made it through the first try qualifier of Malaysia and Singapore, which makes it obviously so viable to take a look at this team, as they have a big task up ahead of them very soon.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego are going to be in for a tough time even after winning up against Kingsman. This is one of the stronger teams in the Southeast Asia region. They've constantly been involved in playoffs and some of the bigger tournaments, even won a couple of these tournaments themselves too. So this is their debut in this tournament at least. It's a straightforward one for them going forward. Again, it could depend on the maps. It has been a little bit of time since we last saw these guys play. So that's the only question mark I have about this game for them. But ultimately, Team SMG are coming into this one firm favourites for not only this game, the group, but maybe even the tournament as a whole, right? So it's really, if there's anything that Alter Ego can do, they had a pretty dominant win in the end against Kingsman, as we just saw. It's whether they can take that form, that confidence, and the fact that they're warmed up into this game to get some early damage in.
True. Absolutely. 100% agreed. 100% agreed. I think there's not much even more you can say about that, because the matter of fact for me personally is how much can you prevent something from like that to happen? Because as much as they showed mental strength and how much they are aware how good a map like Split can work for them, it still is something a better team will punish. A better team will find a way to punish you for exactly this lack of momentum you show. 8-0 is an absolute banger scoreline, an absolute banger start, and still the opponent in this case made it possible to lose. That doesn't happen to real good teams, except your opponent is that much better to have a long-term game plan in that sense. And as we talked about, Split worked always so far for Alter Ego. If it's going to happen again against Team SMG, first of all, excited what the map pick is going to be. That's the real vital part to me.
Yeah, and it's completely randomized. It's a best of 1 too, so if anything goes wrong for Team SMG, there's no real way to sort of turn that around, especially going into a couple more games. As for the rest of the day, we're going to be following their games going through against Alter Ego, then Kingsman, and then finishing off with an absolute magnificent game against 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒄𝒊. Get a closer look at some of these players. Alter Ego were pretty much acquainted with these guys already. Certainly looking at 𝗔𝗏𝒊𝒄𝒊, who had a great game against Kingsman, and even 𝗔𝗎𝒻𝒄𝒊 had some really good stats going into that game. Sure. But you're looking at 𝗓𝒊𝒑, you're looking at 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒄𝒊, Faker, Egoist. These are all staple names for this team that haven't really changed up their roster much at all over the last couple of months, going back to the Ignition series for this region, where they had quite a lot of success. So again, similar to 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒄𝒊, they haven't really tried to change up too much of what made them work. They didn't try to improve off of that. They just tried to make sure that they could have a level of consistency. It's just whether they've sort of followed the meta, whether they intend to keep on the same agents or change things around like we saw. Bind is going to be the map that they're going to be defending first. So Alter Ego, we saw a pretty streaky Bind against 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒄𝒊. Now they might have an even tougher opponent going into this one.
I have to say the thing for me personally is that, you know, I see one tiny issue in all of that. Team SMG has somehow, you know, always stayed the same as, you know, back in the day they signed one substitute. So they signed 𝗓𝒊𝒑, 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒄𝒊, Kemal, Lexi Divine, and Eozora, and the coach 𝗏𝒀𝒏𝒄. So Divine has somehow been moved to substitute and Kemal leaves. So they have really made this opportunity to, you know, swap players the way they like while still keeping one crucial roster. I think that's fairly interesting to see, making it work that way. So, as we right now hop into our agent select, attackers and defenders, Alter Ego as well as Team SMG, and there finally, Ryan, finally I see a Killjoy.
It's interesting that they decided this map of all of them. I think that this is probably the worst map for Killjoy on Bind out of the other maps in here. As you can see on screen, Sky isn't available in this tournament, nor is Icebox. So the chances of seeing this map in play is also not going to be likely. I'm pretty sure it's allowed for the playoffs in a couple of weeks' time, but I'm going for the group stages to keep it consistent with both groups A and B, which were a couple of weeks ago. They're not going to be involved in Group C and D, which happen over the next couple of days. Looking at the comp for Alter Ego, it's another straightforward kind of thing. Berserk's locking in the Jet yet again, hoping to have a better game than he had prior. Frostmine's still in two minds on whether he wants to play the Reyna or something, perhaps like the Phoenix. But everything on the side of SMG straightforward. Double duelist. They have the Omen, the Silver. Straightforward stuff. Don't know whether they're actually going to pick the agent at this point or just wait to let time go in, but we will be going into bind. Defending first is going to be Team SMG, who clearly want to impress and get off on the right foot.
I really have to see. I like that defensive composition. Pardon, the attacking composition. Pardon that. I really think Alter Ego with Sova and Cypher are so information heavy, in that sense that, you know, especially when they swap sides. Imagine they get an 8-4 half out of this, right? Then I still would believe that they have the opportunity to really bounce back as a defender. Those are the AOC Masters, and this has been all brought to you by AOC, who, by the way, brought in a brand new monitor line, which you should definitely check out. This time I said monitor right, Ryan. This time it simply got in my head.
And whoever wins the tournament gets $5,000 and one of the new monitors, which, you know, nowadays is becoming all the rage. Like, I think if you want to be pro at a game like Valorant, you need those high frame rates or hertz rates. You need it all, bells, whistles, it all works out. As somebody with a 240 hertz monitor can confirm it's made me better, but I'm still pretty terrible. But I was more terrible beforehand. That's
So you
yeah,
swap
that's
from
that's
worse
a
to
plot.
bad.
Yeah.
If you
worse
if you
is
want to be
worse
like
than
Riot, if you want to go from worse
You
to
just
bad,
want to be better. Wonder if these
feel
guys
you.
are running on the best that they can get right now. And interestingly enough, Alter Ego pretty much 5-stacking wherever they went. They wanted to push onto A, but they decided to
Look
go
at
B.
that.
The issue is how long it took is allowed the Jet to push
Yeah.
and get all of this information. So all of
Crucial.
Team SMG are going to be expecting this push. But I'd expecting 𝗠𝘀𝗖, who's on this right-hand side, drops down at the
Oh,
worst
no.
time and it allows 𝗓𝒃 that opening.
Oh! That's brutal! I mean, considering the grenade that went there into hookah, I thought, like, okay, this is so much damage, no chance. But it is an excellent double coming in from a dashing Jet that goes and flies all over the clouds. And still, it's big-time trouble that could consider coming, as we see so much resistance being put up. 𝗓𝒊 slacks through, saw one long, that's one. But there are two more, and the cage has made the sound, though still he's all on his own. And, well, he has to deliver one hell of a game to his right-hand side. One shot, two shots, nope. And as he reloads, the headshots now need to come in. All needs to be on point right now for that one final player to the left-hand side. He has to find one more headshot. It's a single bullet, but Frostbite. He clears it out when needed, but it got way too tight towards the end.
And that was all from the back of 𝗔𝒃, who had some excellent play, getting that kill onto 𝗓𝒄𝒄, the paranoia that came through onto the B site from 𝗔𝒊𝒄𝒄, allowed 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒊 to get taken down by the attacking Jet 2. Really nice round from Alter Ego. Perfect start for them up against a really tough opponent in Team SMG, who in all of this time could have certainly fallen down the ladder with how good that they are. Still a lot more to see from these guys. They're going to be fully saving, no forcing at all. Stacking multiple people, trying to build up this showstopper for 𝗓𝒄𝒄 as soon as they possibly can. But mostly just waiting and seeing what happens.
And as he follows the drone into lamps right here, it's so much room already being made up. At the same time, SMG have to dodge that tripwire, and they basically can't. But at the same time, no. They take the long way. This is costing them so much time. And I think, Ryan, right here, they could have just destroyed the tripwire, but nobody would have known how many players actually come from that position.
Exactly. And Alter Ego, considering their guns are playing very bunkered into lamps. In SMG, at this point, the likeliness of this defuse coming in was always slim, but it's now next to impossible. 𝗔𝒊𝒄𝒄 is finding a couple of these angles, but is he going to expect the Jet behind him too? JD Fager can stop it from being a flawless round, but that's all that can happen. 𝗓𝒊 picks up a gun, saves a bit of money, gets a couple more frags, but dies in the process. In fact, everybody goes down other than the attacking Jet of 𝗔𝒃𝒄𝒄. 2-0 to Alter Ego. Now the first full buy from SMG. And as much as I've been bigging them up throughout, I really do think that they need to pick up this round. The only one that's not buying is going to be 𝗓𝗍𝒑, who does have the Blade Storm. Going to pop it immediately as we go into round that out. Hoping that this defense goes a little bit better than the last 2 rounds.
So, Alter Ego, with somewhat of a mixed buy, obviously keeping whatever they can. At the same time, I'm very fascinated that it feels like the first 2 rounds have been the longest first rounds we've seen throughout the entire day. Really, 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 that's exceptional to that degree. I would say that, we have always seen very fast pistols, very fast force buys. And this time, it's a totally different way. And, pushing out long, it's SMG who know how to counter here. And, well, slow Alter Ego might just fall.
𝗓𝗍𝗂 yet again, trying to play close. Was caught out the last time he played in this position. Was considering the boom bot. This is going to run into people straight away. Maybe wasn't expected to be able to be that close yet again. Raze isn't able to get much done, but it's provided another opening for Alter Ego. Now evened up to a 3 versus 3. 𝗓𝗍𝒻 going to be using the teleporter to wrap around. It is going to force the rotation over from the last 2 surviving members of SMG.
30
It's a
seconds
bait,
left.
and they've fallen hook, line, and sinker to rotate over to the A site. But I don't know why FrizzNats and the rest of Alter Ego aren't pushing this faster. Now 𝗓𝗍𝒑 is going to rotate back.
Oh. And, did he see the head? Yeah, he did see the head. And that's 10 seconds.
left.
Great advantage gained. And so Killjoy moves, but it's only down to 𝗓𝗍𝒑. This man
Spike planted.
goes all the way over elbow. Takes a long way around. Is even gonna spot one on long, and the rotation is failing so massively. He might just have to take the dart out, and Cypher is moving in. That drone though, take a look at it. It's all so unfortunate. This man is just known, spotted, killed, and taken out. Ah.
I don't know why they waited. I have no clue why they decided to sort of wait. They had a great opening. They're gonna watch the VOD back to see how SMG fell for that bait that we saw from 𝗓𝗍𝒻 jumping through the teleporter. And they had the whole site open. They could set up for the post plant, but instead they go from a 3 versus 2 all the way down to a nice straightforward clutch up from Team SMG. That should not have happened. And the fact that 𝗓𝗍𝒑 is 9-2 also this early in the game is ridiculous.
Yep. Agreed. Couldn't have put it any better. This sort of domination is just... it gives you this confidence throughout the whole game, whilst at the same time I hope that he will keep this confidence. But look how composed he is. He's not panicking a single bit. He sees both move back. Okay, reset spray pattern, swing wide again. They come to this position. I love it. At the same time, the teammates are fooling around and the B side falls all by itself. Oh no.
Faker has let his presence known with the stepping around, but he still has elbow control, so this is a doable retake now for Team SMG. Bit of utility just to sort of watch these angles to see if somebody aggressively peeks, but right now Alter Ego trying to hold close. The bottle is good for one. 𝗓𝗍𝒑 is adding more to his tally.
It's unbelievable.
And Alter Ego luckily can spray it down. It is ridiculous. Yeah, his individual play is crazy, but Alter Ego win it out.
One thing I really ask myself right now, Ryan, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have not seen Egoist place his nades on 2 different positions. I'm not quite sure if I missed it because we haven't seen in the beginning that he throws one early, immediately let that one pop, and places a second somewhere else. But
maybe
considering that, I mean, somewhere like actually putting it on both sides, maybe on B main or a part of B default, that would be incredible.
I got the spike.
𝗓𝗍𝒑 can get one with the ultimate before
is.
𝗓𝒐 trades him out. He's still looking to make a play onto A, and the rotation is coming around just to make sure that they have 2 players over on either site. The extremities aren't being watched at all, which is a bit of a play that Alter Ego could use to their advantage. In fact, they're going to be changing up their guns and hiding one just to make sure that Team SMG can't get anything picked up at this point. They are pushing 2 people down sand. They could find that gun if they are going around to that angle, so they might be able to sort of pick up something. They don't spot it though, unfortunately. And this rotation comes through to sort of see, and they completely miss. And yet again, 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 having a completely open B site get this spike planted.
Again. You are right. I mean, especially look where Sova stands. And at that point in time, they really start to shift so slowly. So goddamn slowly. It
30
boggles me
seconds
to
left.
some degree that this defense is,
Spike
you know,
planted.
not that reactive to it. Whilst not being proactive at all, except
Right
obviously their Jet, which by the way is now out of the equation. Let's see what's more to come. Frostmind takes foul. This Faker tries. Ugh. Lexi has to refrac. Getting just more sinister. The Dark Clouds raise, and if I'm a fan of that ult, well, that's actually really weird to see. Talking about weird things to see. I don't understand that ult, Ryan. What was the plan of that race ult?
I just don't think it really went to plan. I just think they sort of missed that shot and it didn't quite go where they wanted it to. And it was only really so much that I guess SMG should be expected from that round, considering it wasn't a full buy. It was just going to be the Blade Storm dedicated by 𝗓𝒊𝒑, who could at least get one before he gets traded out. A long round nevertheless, so the big buy coming through the operator now, going to be in the hands of easily the best player in the server right now, but he's on the losing side. The rest of 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 being able to get so much more done. Jet's going to be posted up on A long on the defense, just to make sure that nobody's going to push it, but to be brutally honest, 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 haven't really worked that extremity at all at this point. They've been playing more centrally. 𝗓𝒐𝒃 has a nice aggressive spot, and it's going to get spotted out by the Owl Drone, but it's looking to be another B split. There are 3 defenders on his site expecting it, but 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 looking confident, and they're able to try and work the map and work Team SMG to where they want to go.
And I'm really fascinated by 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 playing so slow right now. We saw them play very aggressively on split, especially towards middle, taking a lot of room. But what's funny so far, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, I think so far 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 have never met the lurk player who's stretching the boundaries, and therefore don't even know where to punish. That's at least what it feels like.
30 seconds
The
left.
Empress is dedicated, so this is the play for 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂. Lockdown is going to be placed just to make it awkward, though. If they can get the spike planted, it would be a good addition, but from the shadows, even dedicated to get people close in on sight. Lockdown gets destroyed by the Hunter's Fury and traded out on the defense. It is going to catch on to frizzNats. 𝗓𝒊𝒑 gets one with the
10 seconds
operator.
left.
Are they expecting Almy more in this
can't make
corner?
it.
No, but it doesn't matter too much as 𝗓𝒂 to get the kill.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is not going to be able to get planted. Team SMG just put them off for long enough. So many ultimates used on either side, but Team SMG are the ones that come out on top.
You hate to see it. But well, great usage of that ult. Great usage of that Sova ult. I think this is actually the strongest ult in the game. I'll put it that way. You might have a different opinion on it, but I think it's actually the strongest ult I've seen in this game so far.
The Killjoy one? Or the
No,
Hunter's Fury?
the Sova one. Hunter's
Oh.
Fury, yeah.
Out of my way.
No more charges left.
Yeah, if you have a good plan on what you want to do with it. Like, it worked out very well, and it worked out even better for Frostman, who gets that first kill onto 𝗓𝒂, who's not had a good game at all so far. Tries to make an aggressive play happen, it doesn't. I'm trying to sort of push onto B main, and so far 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 have done a really good job at dictating the pace. 𝗓𝒂's just watching this angle. The buy-up is still fine for 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗂 because of the rounds that they've won. They're still going to be hitting onto this B site, but are they going to be expecting 3 players out of 4 from Team SMG to still be on this site? It's going to move away at this point, but the paranoia is good. 𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Oh no! Ooh.
Trade out, get a couple of others. Frostman gets his third.
What a ridiculous move in this day coming in. As again, 𝗓𝒊𝑐. You can watch this man any day, but 𝗔𝗢𝗓𝗏 knows how to deny. And the ult has coming in swift and fast. This one is not looking too good. Poor 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗲 is the only one remaining, and yeah, falls in the end. Can we take a look at that scoreboard? Because I'm so fascinated how everyone else out of 𝗓𝒊𝑐's looking. Jesus Christ. That's painful to watch. That's really, really painful.
It's worse for Egoist and 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒊, who both only have 1 kill. 𝗓𝒊𝑐 is the same though in Alter Ego, but for everybody else, they're managing to get that impact, get those frags, and a lot of assists too. Really, for the side of Team SMG, it feels like it's only 𝗓𝒊𝑐 is able to get a lot of work done. 𝗓𝒊𝑐 is second on the kill feed, but he's always the opening, I suppose, for Alter Ego. He's looking to be the same, playing in hookah, playing close. He can win that fight with a frenzy, and the showstopper even coming out, but it doesn't get anything either. Suddenly this gets into a 4 versus 4, and Faker trying to trade out gets taken out by 𝗔𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Yep, true.
Shadows traveling.
𝗓𝒊𝒏𝒏𝒏 is taking the right kind of room.
Player remaining.
They're aggressive now. You know, this is not even a good smoke, considering that there's a tiny gap which 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍 sees, but he still dares to do it. And at that point in time, the round is gone, done, and dusted. And Alter Ego bring home a 6th. Their aggressive side works well. So, finish it off the way they like. I'm satisfied with seeing how they play right now after some sloppy games. You know, the first one was sloppy, the second one worked in the late end.
They've got better and better as they've gone on today, for sure. The myth attitude game, especially on this map, we just didn't really get to see an awful lot of them. The attacking side of that map was more problematic. We still yet have to see Team SMG attack either. But their defense has not been good so far. 2 rounds out of 8 total is not a good look for a team that I've been piping as one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Right now, this attack has just been even better from Alter Ego. 𝗓𝒊𝑐 yet again wanting to play aggressive, but can easily be caught out by the multiple players now from Alter Ego that are about to peek around this corner.
Everything's hitting hard. 𝗓𝒊𝑐 is trying to defend Lambs as strong as possible, fails to do so. And again, the A side's fairly open. The ult of the Jett of SMG would be ready to pop some heads, but this is a very narrow positioning considering the Astra plant. I think good on the one side that you basically can refract the entire time, scared because of exactly something like this. Everybody is blind, and 𝗔𝗀𝘗𝑗 is trying to capitalize on that, but 𝗔𝒊𝑐 is having none of it. 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒏𝒏𝒏 strikes. Still one more standing. I'm taking it back. 𝗔𝗏𝒏𝒏𝒏 has to perform magic, but it's not on the radar entirely. Taking it back. It's the 3rd, and 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒏𝒏𝒏 says 𝗓𝒊𝑐, hey, you don't need to do anything this round. I got it for once.
Huge impact for him individually, just winning a lot of these 1v1 duels. Keeps Team SMG within it. Unfortunately, they've only been able to pick up 1 round at a time. And 2 rounds each for Alter Ego in between, as you saw the scene in the kill feed. 𝗓𝒊𝑐 yet again going to be picking up the operator with a bit of armor, but really too much else to add. An Egoist can't really grab up too much at all. In fact, the money is not good enough for him to buy up anything more. He can get something, but it seems that more the fact that he's maybe saving for a bigger round or whatever he can get from a teammate. The Bulldog is going to be given to him and traded out. 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒏𝒏𝒏 happened to be using the Bulldog in that fight. And hopefully 𝗓𝒊𝑐 can make something happen with his gun, as there is looking to be another 𝗓𝒂𝒑 coming through hookah.
Yeah, no, Alter Ego definitely want to head over to the, like, sort of getting 8 rounds minimum seems to be really what they're trying to hit. But I think 𝗓𝒊 is not too much into it. Finds the entry, eliminates Frostmind swift and fast. And as they take Hookah, his positioning is really on point. He really knows how to advance his angles. Still has now been caught, but the man is definitely cocky, aggressive, and not trying to give the opponent any room.
Set one so far. The recon bolt is going to make it awkward to get another one without being caught out. He misses the shot onto the enemy jet. But the dash is good. The paranoia even better, so it's created a lot of space for 𝗔𝒍𝒃. That play worked out so well in the pistol round. Still finding results so far. Sort of get a second, get 2 total.
It's ridiculous.
Just
He's
up
just
to the
pulling
race.
through. Yeah, and so race spot. Race spot. He's pretty much got him in the crosshair by now. Someone has information about being on the left, and the big problem I see is that the ult cannot be used. Fritz cannot use his ult due to the fact that he's not getting away, and oh, so well played! Fritz just gotta keep his composure, gotta keep it cool, and he does! As, you know, knows how to use the metal, knows how to use the information he gained from his spalt, and gives him the 7th. It got close and got tight, but he'd lock it out in the end.
And again, another round, 𝗓𝒊 has been hard done by. Finds that opening pick where he operates and can't really do much else on top of that. Little bit of a buy coming through now for Team 𝗏𝒻𝒊. Stingers, Sheriffs, a little bit of armor and a frenzy. Money is looking very good for the rest of Alter Ego. 7k available for Friznats. He's pretty much maxed out on cash. And the play has changed a little bit. They're going to be putting more pressure on 𝐴𝐵𝒄, which is something that they've not really been able to do all that much so far.
Here.
𝗔𝒍𝒃's trying to lead the line as much as possible. The Silver playing very close in, has to with a gun like the Stinger. It's just whether 𝗔𝒍𝒃 expects it.
Enemy kill.
So, easy lemon squeezy. Very annoying out of Stinger. This is popping those 10 bullets, but he definitely saw the players coming in. He definitely saw them over on CT. Quick process, and well, as everybody's getting beheaded, it's the 8th round on the board that should come in. Quick look. I mean, to make a prediction on how things will turn out when they swap. 𝗏𝒻𝒊 is quite successful on this map, and specifically, they are slightly more successful when they are on the attacker's side. Putting that really in perspective, I mean, they get decent rounds out of it. So I'm looking forward to the swap once in a while.
I'm sure so are they at this point because they've had a torrid defending half so far. Alter Egos, surprisingly, could be going into halftime 9-3 up. Would be more successful for Team 𝗏𝒻𝒊 to go in 8-4 for sure. Like, they can buy up, they have a couple of ultimates to make use of. Lockdown especially, it worked out well on one of the defending rounds previous. Haven't seen it much since. Paranoia is going to clear a lot of space in lobby, but yet again, 𝗏𝒻𝒊 are holding their ground in this spot. 𝗓𝒊 is going to get traded out. Getting that first kill again, a Frostmind is able to tally up even more. Egoist, that lockdown ultimate is not going to be able to get used.
And that's a thing where you really have to be very much aware how to use such abilities. Because, I mean, it could have been extremely important if he just waited for his time. If he could have just actually stayed that defensive, that could have been brilliant.
I know
because
exactly where
you don't want to waste it. You don't want to waste it. Cypherult gives it away. And they even go for it. They even go for it. Oh no.
Nice teleporter bait because they knew that the raise was going to be over there to try and face. 𝗏𝒃 does bring it down needlessly into a 1 versus 2. Frostmind trying to sort of play off of the position here, and 𝗏𝒃 doesn't really have the freedom to go where he needs to at this point. Teleport bait comes through as well from the Omen, but you don't quite hear it from this position, so it doesn't really amount to all that much. 𝗏𝒃 has so many corners to check. The smoke is going to make it horrible.
Yeah, time for a big move. Because if he finds himself 1 frag, then he has his ult, but I mean, the crossfire's on point. It's the 9th round they have gained. Excellent.
Switching sides.
Frostmind coming to life a lot more on the Reyna of all things. Had a decent game on the breach, but nothing too stand out when you look at some of the individuals in that game against Kingsman. For SMG, this has not been good at all. Just 3 rounds versus Alter Ego's 9. You said that SMG have a better attacking half. Well, they better bring out all of the stops now, because it should be one of their more straightforward games to qualify. And ultimately, if they don't, Alter Ego would be 2-1. Their day will be done after this game no matter what. And then it comes down to how Team SMG do against Myth Attitude.
If Alter Ego right now just pull off the right defense, with by the way, I think they can really do with the individuals they have on their side. Just move through swiftly, but they don't have 𝗔𝗍𝗖 on the radar, do they? No, not at all! The timing's so off, the timing's so wrong. He moves through, and still all the chaos is now ascending over the side of A. They try all of it. Brilliant move coming in. He does get the headshot left-hand side. There's still something else on the side of Bathroom. As 𝗏𝗏𝗏 realizes it's a 2 versus 3. Alter Ego still have the upper hand. The pressure's coming in big. The defuse has been denied. As though there has been a cage placed, they still need to find frags. It starts to come in. Faked it once. Know where Sova stands as he moves back. Try to take Bathroom. And as they make the move, this kill drive falling. So 1 more to go. That is Sova. And he gets taken out and slapped away. As Lemore brings in double digits. Jesus Christ, all the chaos.
And I think Team SMG, like, if you are the Cypher there, if you are trying to sort of bring it in, Team SMG were a little bit too eager, I suppose, to try and face. So the spike is an easy defuse for Alter Ego, who go up 10-3. The crazy half for them. Things not really going all that well for Team SMG. In fact, it's gone torridly so far. The way that they played that post plant wasn't ideal. Force up actually from 𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's gonna have the he's gonna have the stinger in hand. But 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is staring down at this angle, ready to trade if needs be.
Aye, aye, aye. That's painful, mate. That's really painful. And as you see right there, Lemore is going to have vital information any second soon. His teammates have hookah under control. Ooh. And as the spike also has now been eliminated, it doesn't even matter. One is in teleporter, that's official. The other one just eliminated. It's horrible. It's really horrible to watch right now for those guys.
This has been so underwhelming from them. The shock dart is the one that finishes it off. Nice play from 𝗏𝗏𝗏. This could be the most dominant win of the day with Alter Ego if they can continue this form into the next couple of rounds. And the fact that SMG forced, we just saw previously, it means that their buy isn't going to be good here either. Even still trying to sort of buy up some stuff that they can get a stinger and half armor and still a bit of money for the next round, but this can easily put Alter Ego on match point. 12-3 even. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 yet again trying to play from an aggressive angle, but the Aldron is going to be the one spotting him out. He can't actually kill it either, so it's able to grab a lot more information. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has lamps control. Great chance for Team SMG to not go down onto match point.
Oi, oi. Alter Ego's still in the driving seat. And I mean, as though SMG, what? What? Alright, I mean, Faker is making that one look like easy work off of that stinger, as, you know, 1 out of 10 bullets pretty much hits on the range of 10 meters, but he seems to get like a lucky charm. Maybe you should try the lottery once in a while, but for now, information has been gained. Another player back behind the container as they swing wide and try their best. No chance at all.
Wow. That recon bolt was nuts that came out of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 there.
Ridiculous.
Alter Ego just had no information to work with, but as soon as that recon bolt pulls, they can play fully for the retake. Team SMG didn't have really that many guns. There were a couple of openings that they could maybe work with, but now it's the final chance for a full buy. They're nowhere near having a showstopper. They're not really close to having much at all on this attacking side, but much closer for Alter Ego, but nothing's really going to be online other than maybe a Blade Storm for 𝗓𝒃𝒃 if you can get an ult orb. 𝗠𝘀𝒊𝒊 has the From the Shadows ready, but it's not going to be that useful in a round like this. Team SMG on the brink.
I mean, 𝗓𝒃𝒃 is the second best player on the server. His team is down 3-12. You hate to see it. You simply hate to see it. And this brings us to the point where it's not too much missing, and where especially it seems like there's just no astute gameplay coming out of Team SMG. It really feels like they're missing a crucial bit of tactical depth.
Enemy marked.
Aldron's trying to get some information, can at least catch the Omen, but gonna run out just as it gets around the corner. Sees 𝗓𝒃𝒃, and it's a good play from Team SMG because now Alter Ego think that there's multiple people headed towards B. In fact, they think there's multiple people maybe in hookah and B long. Team SMG just made them think that they're going to be headed towards A with this nice split. You've just got the jet over there, 𝗓𝒃𝒃s. The recon bolt thrown into lamps might be a bit of a telling sign of what
30
hit
seconds
is about
left.
to come in. The smoke should do too, but nobody from Alter Ego is moving over just yet. Now they are, now that the shots are starting to be fired. 𝗓𝒃𝒃 has done well to stay alive. Spike is going to get planted without much contention. It's a full 5 versus 5 retake, but 𝗓𝒃𝒃 gets the first frag.
And if I want to see a man right now go ham, it has to be 𝗓𝒃𝒃. I don't really have the big hope that they're going to pull through this entire thing, but what I really have big hope for is 𝗓𝒃𝒃 picking up that big leading scoreboard position. As now he has been spotted, you know what, he says, whatever, I'm pushing through, what do you want to do about it? And 𝗓𝒃𝒃 nearly making it work. Alter Ego are only down to 2 though, and as I say it, Frostmind is on his own. The poor lad can't do much, as though he still finds a frag on Egoist. Here's the 4th.
They forced out a lot of ultimates from the attack though. Hunter's Fury did not need to be used from JD Faker at the end, but desperate times call for desperate measures. That, From the Shadows all used up. And another buy can come through on the side of Alter Ego. 𝗓𝒃𝒃 is the only one that can't really buy fully. He's going to have a stinger, but he's also going to have his ultimate, so it's not going to matter all that much. Team SMG still in it. 12-4 even. But as you've been seeing, they've only been able to get 1 round at a time. Alter Ego looking to close this one out sooner rather than later.
True. Very much indeed. And you know, I genuinely am somewhat I'm not 100%, I'm not that scared that this is going to be, you know, in a way where they fall short right now, but maybe 2 or 3 rounds could go over the way of Team SMG. And maybe round difference is going to be, you know, once in a while swapping it up. So we're going to find out. One more trying with his cam, trying to get info. 1 minute left on the clock.
Game is slowed down completely, but a lot of information has been good to grab.
You should
Bottom recon bolt coming through, and now the Killjoy ultimate is going to try and create a little bit of space, but 𝗓𝒃𝒃's wanting to play close just to try and catch people out on this angle, but it's not really going to be enough. He's going to consider otherwise, and 𝗓𝒃𝒃 gets that first kill. 𝗓𝒃𝒃 can get 𝗓𝒊𝒊 with the ultimate just as he avoids being detained.
Very crucial.
So little to work with if you're Alter Ego to try and take this retake, and 𝗓𝒃𝒃's the only one where the ultimate goes down.
Oh, that's gonna absolutely fall apart right there. Table Toll still gets 1. Which is raising the questions of the economy of Team SMG in a second, but at the same time, I don't believe there's any big change. As we see right there, 𝗏𝒀, Sheriff, and Co. in the hands of Alter Ego. We just need 1 more round.
Not going to be able to do too much with this one now.
Nope.
2 Sheriffs, a
Most likely.
𝗏𝒀. Not too much money. most importantly, Team SMG starting to get stuff online now, but it's costly. Last round, the Killjoy ultimate came through. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗖, they don't have too much now. 𝗓𝒔𝒄s to bottle, go down very quickly from the attack. Heading now over to A, which is completely clear of defenders. Expectations are high for 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝗖 here, but they want to make sure that they can keep SMG's money in check.
Surely. And, you know, as we experience right now, it's just one more standing. Frostmine falls. You know, they're most likely just fooling around at this point, and, you know, at one point they realize, okay, I think it's getting serious. 6-12 is recoverable. It's only 6 rounds, which then, you know, is still a good bunch of options, but, you know, it passes faster than you sometimes expect, which then is dangerous. I'll be honest with you. I find it dangerous, but either way.
There's starting to be stuff coming online for both teams, though, to use. Like the showstopper from 𝗏𝒑𝒄 has to be big. So far, they've not really had the impact that he was maybe hoping for. Expecting a recon bolt is JD Faker onto this spot. Doesn't want to give up this execute coming in from Team SMG. Split mostly leaning towards Hookah, which doesn't really have much utility. Just a camera looking from the outside across the site. So all of this isn't going to necessarily be given away. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝒖 going to change up their positioning because they know that. They're going to actually try and move to elbow, move to the back of site. Just keep an eye on it, just in case. But mostly split across the map. The spike is still in the center. Haven't quite made a decision on where Team SMG want to go just yet.
Yeah, true. So for now, how hesitant they are is really interesting to see, because they fake it out massively, and you saw Sova's like, yeah, maybe I'm gonna swap, but now the frags are coming in.
He misses.
Actually, wallbangs him. He misses. Yes, he does. And he can't even get that one. No. Oh, it's missing massively. This is collapsing in a unique way, but it's not done yet. Frostmine is ready for it. One is up heaven, that's for sure known. But he whiffs the shot. And they all collapse. They collapse one by one. No one is on site. Cypher is assistant with Omen for the moment, but the clock's ticking. They gotta make a move ASAP. And as the Killjoy drone is gonna make a sound anytime that Omen is gonna peek, they still find the kill. One more to come. It's fell over on short, and there is nothing to do for nobody else than 𝗏𝒧🄠, but he's pulling through. The man's not peeking. It's seconds! It's seconds! It's not enough! Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Team SMG have to pull out the absolute clutch factor to keep in it. This time, 𝗏𝒏𝒏 and 𝗓𝒑 almost 30 bombing in a game like this is pretty ridiculous. Another save coming out of 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝒂. Round number 4 in a row for Team SMG. More rounds now than they ever got on their defending side. They're still keeping a hold of ultimates too. Killjoy ultimate was used. Everything else coming online very soon, or is online currently. Execute's going to start in the same way. B split, the recon bolt coming up this time, but no information gathered. 𝗠𝘀𝘁𝗍𝒂 can't really do too much with the guns that they have, but if they can get one kill, one opening, that paranoia is going to allow potentially an opportunity for Frostmine, but 𝗓𝒑 just spots the shadow, the outline, and gets the kill.
And 𝗓𝒑 trying to pull Farouk actually gets denied, and I think one of the most vital aspects right now off Team SMG falling. They're hesitant in the Omen smoke, whilst by the way everybody has rotated, legit everyone. Omen's still on half HP. And suddenly they make a different decision. And I'm not quite sure if Omen is happy about where he has landed. The timing for the smoke is on point. Alright, so he hears at least one Killjoy is nearby, that's for sure. And look at Sova, but he's expected, right? Yep, he's expected. And that should be the initial one. Now it's time to go to the site.
Cypher's position and being given up on the defense.
30 seconds left.
Another Omen's playing close, and 𝗏𝒑𝒄 manages to bait him out with a nice little kill. It's a 4 versus 2. More ults and guns and utility available. on the attackers, but maybe 𝗔𝗢𝗖 isn't expected to be in that position. They could have lined up nicely, but not quite nailing the shot there as 𝗔𝗢𝗍𝒂𝗍 does. It's just going to be the Cypher. Elmi wanted to try and find an engagement here. Sneaking away. Managed to upgrade his gun too, I think, at this point too. Likeliness that he's staying or coming out with his life is incredibly unlikely. 𝗔𝗢𝗍𝒂𝗍 confirms that suddenly we go from a position where 𝗏𝒐𝒍 have been on match point for 5 rounds now in a row. 12-3 to 12-8. We could see a big comeback now, but 𝗏𝒐𝒍 just need 1 round, just need 1 opening. They don't have the ultimates just yet, but they're coming online, whereas SMG have a lot to work with.
Let's make them dance.
I'm legit I'm legit getting mad at the fact that they're throwing it away. I'll be honest with you, it sounds so brutal, but they legit actually toss it away. Because there were so many opportunities where they could have taken it serious and just tried to execute for it, and suddenly 2 get tagged. It's ridiculously dangerous. And regarding ults 1, 2, and 3 on the attacker sides. What they're delivering right now, I'm in shock, Ryan. I'm in legit in shock. As though the defense is still existent. 60 seconds left.
They're losing a lot of these duels too. 𝗓𝒽 gets caught out. It's a 2 versus 2 still. From the shadows is available for the Omen, but realistically, how are you going to use it in a fight like this? He's going to actually use it to teleport over to heaven. But he actually fakes it. They weren't expecting it, but 𝗔𝗎𝒻 was luckily watching. This now goes down to the clutch.
He's half.
They know where the killjoy is roughly at this point. Half of the spike has been defused. Is it going to be stuck? No. And it allows 𝗔𝗎𝒻 to get the kill. Team SMG were trying to do their best to pull it back, but in the end, it just wasn't much damage done. 𝗏𝒐𝒍 win it 13-8.
I'm somewhere in like, how did actually SMG lose that much in the really beginning part? 𝗏𝒐𝒍 was on rails basically. They could not be taken out anyway. And at the same time, how it got into 𝗏𝒐𝒍 with so many rounds again and again and again after they showed dominance over the entire course of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it was a surprising result, just as I was saying beforehand, that Team SMG have some really good stuff. 𝗏𝒐𝒍 is the team that's sort of middle of the pack when it comes to their results. Tend to beat teams worse than them, but always lose to some of the bigger teams within the region as a whole. So this is still a very big upset as far as I'm concerned, but Team SMG really not showing the same style that we've seen previously. A lot has changed since then as well, so that's probably not helped them in any capacity. We'll be able to have a look at the stats and sort of break that down, but it keeps 𝗏𝒐𝒍 within this tournament. They are done for the day. They won 2 games, they lost 1. We'll be able to sort of look at the table, but really, if you're 𝗓𝒽, you are so upset with how that went. Almost getting 30 kills and still being on the losing side. 9 first bloods. He was able to just do so much, but nobody else was even close when it came to that level of impact.
It's ridiculous that they actually won 8 rounds and he got 9 first bloods. The matter of fact, he's like, what else am I supposed to do? Guys, I mean, come on. What else should happen? And on the one hand, it's really unfortunate for him. On the other hand, I'm still mad. I'll be honest, I'm still mad at 𝗏𝒐𝒍 throwing so many rounds into trash can directly. So, still, victory is theirs, and victory belongs to them. A look further into Group C tells us that we got more, obviously, coming. Next up will be Kingsmen versus SMG. You are about to see. Before we head there, we can also take a look at the MVP as well as the best opening player, I think it was. So next graphic is going to tell us that. And as you mentioned, I think we had the game 2 games ago, you said you don't want to be the MVP when you're on the losing side.
No, it's going to be heartbreaking. There is still a chance SMG will go up against the guys over at Kingsmen, who have lost all their games so far, so it should be a little bit of a buffer, but that game now against Myth Attitude becomes so much more impactful.
Wow.
𝗓𝒽 winning all of the individual awards, but the game goes to 𝗏𝒐𝒍, who have looked better and better in each of the games that we've seen. They didn't really warm up to the occasion against Myth Attitude. They managed to do some really solid work up against the guys at Kingsman. But this game was something else. Beating Team SMG in the manner that they did shows a team that, for the most part, you would consider to qualify. But that's the last that we're going to be seeing of those guys today. They've done as much as they can. The rest is up to these other 3 teams that are still left.
Yeah, SMG still have the chance, hypothetically. I mean, they unfortunately gave 1 opportunity for 3 points away, but still 2 more to go. Kingsman, when, you know, 𝗓𝒽 especially plays this way again, might just be a fairly easy one. But for the moment, we'll head into a little break. You're going to see 2 more matches right here at the AOC Masters, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Defenders
the dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with nothing else than Kingsman versus Team SMG. We saw Alter Ego actually bounce into, one of the most surprising games that way, aggressively on point, and suddenly just swapping sides and, once more being on the right track, but really falling short. Now it's time for Team SMG to pick up finally their first 3 points, the first win of this Group C.
Yeah, neither of these teams picking up a win just yet, but you, again, would imagine Team SMG to be winning this one, but I think quite good at straightforwardly, at least in the game against Alter Ego. But I think Kingsman at this point, they're 0-2. They've lost to all of the other teams in this group, and they really have struggled to show any impact at this point. A win against the guys over at Team SMG is more of a compliment to the end of the day. It's really not going to be able to give them any chance to qualify now at this point, but at least they go out of this tournament, the AOC VALORANT Masters, with a high.
True. It would be about time, though, to, I don't know how serious they're going to take it, but as they maybe come in with this attitude, we don't have anything to lose/win anyway, we can play the way we like. That could be maybe disrupting Team SMG, possibly. I'm not quite certain about that one. On the other hand, Team SMG must feel pressure, because I think they really came in this. They really came in this in a way where I would expect them to fight harder and fight better. And now they also are probably seen as one of the teams that has to has to come out of this group victorious. They have been together the entire time so far of the entire Valorant season. They have been picking up wins in different kind of tournaments, and you would expect them to finally be victorious in a bigger stage of the Southeast Asian market. I'm very much having high hopes for them.
Yeah, I mean that's the hope, at least for these guys. We're pretty much ready to go. The question, I suppose, is going to be, what map do we get? Because that's the thing that really is going to be the area to sort of look at. And maybe, just maybe, the Team SMG's bind isn't really that strong stats-wise. Quick reminder of the players on either side. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 having some great individual players that we saw. Razor especially had some good games, but not good enough to get the wins. But you compare that to 𝗓𝒊𝒑, who had the absolute carry game of his life, yet it wasn't enough to allow Team SMG to win against 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗉. So both these teams will be out for blood. At least they haven't had a good day so far, but this would be a great way to sort of turn this one around, at least at this point. It's just a question of what map we go to and how comfortable 𝗔𝗢𝗖 feel.
True. I think one winning condition to mention that, or not necessarily a winning condition, but one vital aspect that can really boost your confidence and make it an easy win is 𝗓𝒊𝒑. I mean, this guy coming onto the server in the previous match and really dominating everything. The guy came out with 376 ACS and an ADR of 231. That's ridiculous. That's straight up ridiculous how strong he was. But I think the most interesting aspect is going to be the map. I very much hope to not see Bind again. I would love to say Haven once in a while. That would be a great random map to see a fight on, because I think it's one of the best. I think it's a holy trinity of the release maps that were so good.
If we go to Bind, though, things aren't looking good. 𝗔𝗢𝗖 are 4-0 on that map. Team SMG have another loss to add to their tally. They've only lost it 3 times total. One was against 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗉, of course, but they actually lost to 𝗔𝗢𝗖 on Bind in a previous tournament in first strike qualifiers for that region, which is a very interesting debacle, I suppose, if that's the map we go to at this point.
Yeah, true.
But there's wins over 𝗡𝟎💼, there's wins 32 over Attack All Around, which is a very strong result. But really, it's a question mark over a lot of stuff. If you're looking at split 1 and 3 for 𝗔𝗢𝗖, it's not a good look on there. We saw them lose earlier against 𝗠𝘀𝑒𝗉. But Ascent and Haven, there's just not really been enough maps for them to get a good idea on how they play. And Ascent is the map that we are going to. 1 and 2. We saw them lose Myth Attitude. 39 was the final score. And Team SMG have actually beat them here in, again, the first strike qualifiers, 13-4. So this is a result that should really go the direction of Team SMG, but they are 3-8 on this map too. Their results are... This is going to be an awkward one, to say the least, because neither team looking particularly strong on this map.
I very much hope that 𝗔𝗢𝗖 don't have any PTSD after the last Ascent they had. It looked devastating. It really looked devastating where they originally came from. So yeah, I'm excited to watch what they can deliver and what they can bring to the table over here on this map. Now, obviously, agent composition is coming in play, as we saw 𝗔𝗢𝗖 earlier play this combination of Jett, Sova, Cypher, Breach, and Omen. And we're just waiting for that to come in any second soon.
Gives us a good chance to sort of talk about everything else that's happened today. We've got 4 teams still wanting to qualify for 2 spots. They'll make their way to the playoffs. And as we get into game, it's a chance of keeping things alive if you are Team SMG at this point. We're going to be defending. 𝗓𝒊𝒑 locking in the Reyna instead of the Jett, and 𝗓𝒊𝒑 moving away from the Raze to fulfill that role instead. Everything else looking relatively the same. Pretty much picture perfect now for 𝗔𝗢𝗖 2. Zeke should be picking up the Sova to fulfill this team. Very different playstyles and expectations. And again, you would hope to see 𝗓𝒊𝒑 have a great game, but on a different agent, it might not be that straightforward. 𝗓𝒊𝒑 left a lot to be desired on the Raze. So seeing him on the Jett is an interesting one. we're not going to be seeing any of these players on Sky or Icebox just yet when it comes to the agent and the map. But this is still an expectation, an area of a map that we just haven't seen enough of these two play on. Could go either way at this point, which is crazy for me to say, considering Team SMG were favorites for this group and now look lost, to be brutally honest.
Was it finally to be the win for SMG? It would be about time, very genuinely. It would be really about time to see the squad pick up a win after, you know, somewhat of a devastating scenario they were in the previous matchup. Somewhat about the surprise, I think, very genuinely. But we're going to find out. It's about time. And, you know, that defense with the 𝗠𝘀𝗁𝗖, very interested to see it. Because 𝗠𝘀𝗁𝗖 on this map, obviously, I think the most present, or one of the most present agents when it comes down to Ascent. We so far see Cypher over 𝗠𝘀𝗁𝗖 when it comes down to this tournament. And Soba being picked from every single team.
Kingsman 0-2. Their chances of qualifying are in the dust at this point. But they could not only leave with a win if they could beat Team SMG here, but can leave with adding another nail in the coffin for the defending side. A win is going to come for one of these two teams. From previous results, you would expect SMG, but Kingsman yet again going up against the odds, getting that first kill onto 𝗓𝗍𝒄𝒑. Ivan's wanted to add more. Egoist can at least trade his teammate out in a 4 versus 4. Mid control now purely on Kingsman, but they're watching a lot of these angles and keeping a safe eye out everywhere.
And as for now, the aggression starts to become a bit more towards the A side. They've all moved for short. 𝗠𝗀𝗂 has already made his move over to the side, but they're stalled. They're waiting. They're waiting patiently, and just as like, wait a second, how do I get there? But at the same time, the defenders fall left, right, and center, and what a devastating loss this already is. It starts off bad. Faker, as well as his teammates, gotta make a move on it. The knife's gonna open the door, and the smoke is gonna help at least enter it somewhat.
Found them.
𝗏𝗏𝒡 gets enough information to work off of, but he has no idea where these other players are. Aldron is going to get quite a lot. I don't know if he catches JD Faker, but I know roughly where he is, considering that's where the 𝗏𝗏𝒡 came from. They are clearing up Hellstone, now know where the Silver is. He's doing his best to buy the time, and that's a nice shot from 𝗏𝒑 to flick up, of all things. Very nicely played from Team SMG. And Kingsman, again, taking a great opportunity, the right direction to begin with, but they can't close out some of these rounds. A problem that we've seen throughout the day from them across their games with Alter Ego, their game against Myth Attitude. It would be a shame to see it come to fruition here again.
And at this point in time, you know, losing such a retake, or more likely losing such a post plant, painful for Kingsmen, but still, just the first round at the moment. Funny why is that SMG Sova has not used his well, there he goes. Just talking about it, and finally, there it's existed.
Yeah, they're very scared of B main just in case somebody might have a gun playing close. 𝗏𝒑 relieves a little bit of the tension by getting that first kill. 𝗏𝗏𝒂 is very in deep. Castle knows that he's around this corner, so they're going to double peek him. And Castle could actually get another kill onto Egoist. That was an insane shot, but unfortunately Faker with the Ares is the one to clean up the rest. And Team SMG take another round. They should do, considering they bought up and Kingsman didn't. But Kingsman, at least, yet again, making it close.
I have to say, this as they make it close, you're absolutely right. SMG once more has 𝗏𝒑 leading the charge. 4 frags the man is right now having, and obviously he deserves his big assault rifle, as obviously he's also taken a bit of an aggressive stance. He knows that Cypher's coming around. I mean, taking an opening duel against this guy is pretty much never paying off.
It's a lot of control that Team SMG are being able to get. Kingsmen have to try and make plays work around the rest of the map, but it gets the Ares that actually confirms the kill onto Zeke. It's a 5 versus 3. Kingsmen are struggling to take any headway in various areas of the map. They're all completely split up, but starting to group up a little bit more towards mid. It is being watched rather loosely by 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who's just fountain hopping to see if he can see over the wall. He's going to be content with just smoking it off and holding, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏, maybe wanted to get a little bit more, would run right into the attacking Omen. And Castle's aim has been pretty on top so far and wins that engagement because 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wasn't expecting him to be stood on the off angle. An opening for Kingsman.
30 seconds
Alright,
left.
right now as that comes in, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 can actually dodge that. Flashbang. Brilliant second frag he gets, sees a bit of the head of the final Omen standing there back as he tries to make the move on the spike. He knows how to take down his counterpart, and a free rifle as well. Great start from SMG as they finally feel hopefully a bit more free than they did previously.
Jester and Zeke unable to get off the board so far. Even if they just get a couple of kills, some of these rounds could have gone very differently, but Team SMG looking at least a lot more comfortable than what we saw previous. More like themselves, to say the least, and 𝗧cie is currently flawless, 5 kills, 0 deaths. He's going to be pushing down mid into a bunch of small guns from Kingsman. The sheriff shots have been heard, and the Empress is being pulled out. Castle is in the smoke. He's been able to pull out magician tricks when it comes to getting those kills, but 𝗧cie is just going to sneak on by, finds the Cypher, takes his first death from Juster.
And as this comes in, it's the Kingsmen who once more have to give up a lot of room, as we see right there. Jett in a position where B main has been declared clear, Soba therefore can rotate around, and now it's about patience, because you just need to play it slow. You don't need to rush. You can be hesitant at least a slight bit. But, I mean, 𝗏𝗏 at least finding one is already a big one. Still, the spike goes down, and therefore, wallbang comes in just as an addition. It's the worst to watch. Castle, they got them in pretty much a crossfire. Faker eliminates them, and also the ult now on his spells. It's the 4th and great defense mechanisms. Pretty much in shock, I gotta say, especially now also 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has his ult ready, and you know that could become a slight problem in the long run, either for retakes, for gaining information, all of that.
There's another buy, the second time now for Kingsman. Not really having too much to work with either. A couple of ultimates maybe gonna show their face in this round, but 𝗧cie now actually running a Rainer operator, which is an interesting one. The recon bolt is just going to tag their position. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 skulking in the darkness to see if he can get a frag. Could maybe pull out a couple, but it depends when the smoke drops. He does get spotted though. Reza punishes a bit of an over-aggressive play, and an Aldrun from the attacking side doesn't spot 𝗧cie on this angle. The Aldrun on the defense, though, just sees that it is going to be the Silver, and 𝗧cie knows that mid is in contention of the attackers. He's flashed as he tries to push on through. He gets caught out. Kingsman looking to be in a pole position to be able to take their first round.
True. Finally, it would be about time. Still, Killjoy would have her ult. Hypothetically, though, it's a long, long rotation. Could force it out. Soba seems to be ready for it. Exactly that. The ult, I think it's too high. He's aiming way too high for that ult. Did 0 damage with that. I think a big mistake. Very, very big mistake. As Faker gets eliminated. Can't really cope how this can happen, genuinely speaking.
Lockdown's going to buy
one down.
It's going to try and catch these attackers as they get off to the side. The 1d10 is going to come in at this point. It's just going to be the breach on the back, but there are still 2 attackers that are playing off of the site. They can play around the spike for the defenders, but there's a lot of engagements to take, and Castle can clean up. A great round from Kingsman, but a bit of hubris, I feel, from Team SMG. Very aggressive plays. 𝗠𝘀𝗉 being caught out in an aggressive angle. 𝗧cie wanted to try and hold and face with the operator, but gets caught out completely in a position he can't recover from. He's going to buy up another operator. And still playing towards the middle of Ascent, the map. Kingsman having money now. No ultimates really, as they all keep getting used up.
Get out of my way.
Money for Team SMG, surprisingly not that good considering they won 4 rounds in a row.
Very much indeed. I mean, for something like that, you really know how to deny. 𝗠𝘀𝗉 coming in as well and assists. 𝗠𝘀𝗉. Oh! That's nasty. That's just absolutely nasty. There's a smoke. He doesn't see a thing, but still rips his head off brutally.
It's the fact that it's a headshot as well, of all things. Just couldn't be more perfect from 𝗧cie, who's added to add more. Is he going to get it? He does! Like, that's the operator play that you come to see. It's still very odd that it's on the Reyna. In that case, why are we seeing... Why are we seeing 𝗠𝘁𝑖 on the Jett? I mean, it's a tough one, really. We saw Kingsman, I guess, but the Jett op seems to be more of a fit. There are some Reyna players out there in the world that do like to play the operator at the same time. I feel more than anything, it's just 𝗧cie flexing a little bit more. Other than that, 𝗠𝘁𝑖 wasn't holding onto a gun in the last round. It was just the Bladestorm that came out and was able to get a kill. Fault line going to be used across, but doesn't quite catch 𝗠𝘁𝑖 in a rather cute corner. The expectation is that a recon bolt is going to come out, and if it gives away 𝗠𝘁𝑖's position, then they're good as dead. 𝗧cie is going to be watching too, just in case. There is an owl drone available, perhaps, that the attacking team can use, but the recon bolt is going to scare them off, pulse their position, and Kingsman have had to reset, give up a lot of space, and try and make another play work.
Yep. And I think as they heard the operator over there on the B side, they swapped their decision again, which now leads to 𝗧cie taking a look on the smoke right and smoke left. Might just have an idea off of what's going to happen. Sticks to one angle. Yeah, and there it is. So now, great information gained. They pretty much know mid is going to become a What? He pushes through with his dismiss. I mean, the risk he takes is ridiculous. At the same time, it's vital information. Traded for an operator, a bit of a problem, but that is still the A sites they've taken entirely. I cannot believe he has done. I legit cannot believe he has such an aggressive stance that still pays off.
Spike planted.
It has provided an opening for Kingsman to make use out of. The Rolling Thunder as well makes things super awkward. If 𝗠𝘁𝑖 gets a kill here, it's good as done. Reza with the operator in hand. The sheriff shots have been nuts, but you don't know where this last player is. Ivan has to make it work. He gets one. He's going to look to push through the smoke and decides against it. 𝗠𝘁𝑖 is a nice angle just in case this smoke dissipates and gives up the position, and he has the right idea. Perfect placement. Perfect crosshair. And a round where Kingsman really shouldn't have brought it down to just one player on the side of Team SMG. It goes that way. But the scoreline doesn't show a similar trend. 6-1 to Team SMG. Dominant. Much better from them.
Need a drop.
6-1 is one hell of a scoreline again. But one thing that really has been coming through this entire tournament, the entire group stage so far, is even if you have such a scoreline, even if you have such a lead, there's somehow always that the team is so just way worse on the other side. And I don't know how this happens. I really don't know how this happens. Because it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't.
Maybe Alter Ego are just better than we thought they were, and that 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 is even better than they used to be previously. I mean, the triple duelist clearly worked. They had a pretty good game so far and have a bit of first strike to play today, apparently. Potentially. 𝗧cie misses the first shot, doesn't get any damage in, but Zeke does. The Hunter's Fury comes out across tree and garden to get the kill onto the Killjoy, who didn't have the ultimate but was playing very passively. 𝗧cie knows that there's going to be potentially an A hit in, or at least that's what they expect, because the rotation is going round to the B site. Of course, the biggest issue is 𝗓𝗏𝗄 holding very aggressively on this angle, could get a lot of information. Rolling Thunder is actually out in the hands of the Breach. They hold this angle, they don't get hit, but if they push further beyond that, then they're going to get caught out, and they do exactly that. 𝗔𝗔 finds that opening, a 5 versus 3. Rolling Thunder still available, but they're not expecting Faker to be playing off of this site. 𝗔𝗔 gets a second, and now it's just foul to try and clear things out.
I have to say, Ryan, this move was unfortunately one of the worst you could have chosen right there, because you have 2 corners to swap, right? 𝗓𝗏𝗄 could have either went to the B side itself or the left-hand corner, and he has chosen to take the one position where he can never escape again. That's really a big mistake, a big mistake he made there, and a big problem. That's gonna cause them, you know, to lose another round. But still, massively in the lead, economically looking all right. They still have a quite good chance of making this something along the lines of a 10-2.
I like the little pixel angle that 𝗧cie is able to get. Ivanhoe is taking things very carefully. He knows that there's still going to be an operator in play. 𝗓𝗏𝗄 hasn't found much success, and that adds to the list of first deaths that he's had throughout this tournament so far, at least. It offers up a neural theft. 𝗔𝗢𝗏 having that first kill, having a lot of intel on where Team SMG want to play. Gonna make a play towards B now this time. 𝐿Drone is forced out from Faker, and all it's really gonna find is the Silver at this point. So nice play from 𝗔𝗢𝗏 not to give up too much intel. And it might be a bit of a bait towards B as well, breaking some of this Killjoy utility. Silver is rotating away. Really nice play from the attackers, and Egoist is gonna spot out that there's not much here at all.
Yeah, and, you know, the B side has been pretty much left open. 𝗧cie, one of those rare misses he's delivering, talking about it, immediately overheals and is in the right position to once more fight as hard as possible. Though Faker, uncomfortable spot. The players will very much try to lock down that B side as much as possible. They got all the angles, but now they know there's one to the right-hand side. That is Omen. Obviously, they find another frag, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 with a pivotal one indeed. Should just wait for his teammates as he's spreading up the smoke. They come in, Aegis falls, Castle joins that party, as still he whips something like that, which is unbelievable to see. 2 more to go, finds another, and the triple kill comes in. 𝗧cie is proven how goddamn strong this guy is. Again, and again, and again.
The fact that he had Empress and didn't use Dismiss shows how confident he is. He didn't use any utility at all. He just knew that he could pick off these players of 𝗔𝗢𝗏 one by one. And it was a really nice round from 𝗔𝗢𝗏. You got to feel sorry for them with the way that they played around the map. They got that first kill onto 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏. They managed to get the bait to work over on A, made their way onto B.
There.
And 𝗧cie changing up the operator to a rifle to win that clutch. Now having the operator in his hands again, he's having a terrific game. He's been like the MVP individual player that we've seen so far in this tournament, but doesn't always draw in those round wins. That time, no, it did.
Here.
And it's Castle and Co. are in a situation where even the previous round looked like it should be safe. They are all just waiting up all in front of the A site. You know, still trying to do so. Full abilities on Ivan. The rest of the team probably in a very similar spot. But also, this is an early rotation coming in. This is the early rotation that most likely is only relying on Jett finding the kill. 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 is about to see him, and now it has to be called off.
The issue with playing a Raze operator is if you miss shots like that, you don't have a way out. But so long as you hit the second shots, it's good. 𝗕VAN with some terrific individual play. In the blink of an eye, 𝗔𝗀𝘓 make a play out of absolutely nothing. It's
left.
just going to be the Jett left. 𝗓𝗍 has it all to do. The spike is just going to get planted. The Blade Storm even dedicated. Smoke provided maybe an entry, but can't get quite into the corner. 𝗕VAN absolutely obliterated Team SMG with the ultimate there. Cleans up nicely and gets a third round in for 𝗔𝗀𝘓.
Well, 7-5, I think we would have hypothetically never had such a close half, to be very honest. I'd be fascinated by such a close half. I'd very much like to see that, but it would be about time. It would be just about time to see something like that. And as every piece of utility lands, left, right, and center, they pull through, they push through. Castle finds 𝗓SPI, and well, I think you can't find a more safe fourth round for yourself.
𝗔𝗀𝘓 should have this round in the bag, considering they have the guns and it's just sheriffs and the smaller ilk. Team SMG, and even then they're being picked apart one by one. Egoist trying to take a duel, and now it's just going to be up to Faker to try and take a fight. Flawless round for 𝗔𝗀𝘓. Means that going into the last round, their money is going to be perfectly fine. Ultimates-wise, there isn't too much for the attackers to be using. Nothing that's going to come online anytime soon, other than the From the Shadows that Castle already has. The Team SMG, though, that lockdown could be big from Egoist, who has had a fairly quiet game. 𝗓SPI can only really afford the Vandal and half arm, so no operator play for him. 𝗕VAN, though, on the attack, finding some clutch factor at least. 𝗓𝗍 might just hop over here just to see if he can get some intel, but he needs to be careful he doesn't get caught up by the op.
And so, it's 𝗓SPI who plays pure confidence, wins the 8th round for his team, and is seemingly in a situation where he only thinks he can do it by himself. Holds the angle. Ah, there he goes. Big mistake, second one from 𝗓𝗍. And basically the B side pretty much opened up, which though leaves the interesting aspect of the Killjoy still in the game.
Hunter's Fury miraculously doesn't find anything from JD Faker. Final shotgun between these two attacking players of 𝗔𝗀𝘓. They're now slowly making their way through B main. JD Faker going to use this smoke to just peek out of it, see if he can get anything, but needs to be careful of the breach. You have to roll in Thunder in hand, so can easily get the cleanup. Neither player was expecting a play like that. Brings it now back into a 3 versus 3. Winnable from either side at this point. And Egoist has an indication that Tree is going to be pushed. Castle has made his way in onto the A site. It's just the alarm bot. Just not really much else that gives away his position. And really, Team SMG playing for the retake because they have the lockdown.
Still has the ult! What in God's name is happening? Finally! Really could have been just pushed there instead of just waiting that one out. Big problems I would have seen with that happening, but they gotta exit. They have to exit, and I mean, 𝗓 is not having too much of that. Now going in for the defuse any second soon. The smoke is also there. I think that should be done and dusted. That should be it, as though he still finds a US half defused and 8-4 coming their way.
Smart play from Team SMG there at the end. They knew that the Omen was going to be in A lobby because of where the Killjoy lockdown was placed. And they knew that he was just going to sort of sit in the smoke. Somebody was going to ping the spike and he could just spray it to get the kill. So they sort of played off of that, paranoid him so he couldn't get much else done otherwise, and could easily trade for the player that was going in to defuse the spike on the side of Team SMG. Now it's their time to attack. 𝗔𝗀𝘓 8-4 half isn't too dreadful. There's still a lot that could be done here, but they had a lead and lost it against Alter Ego on split. Team SMG looking in pole position to be taking Ascent to take their first win and to give 𝗔𝗀𝘓 their third and final loss.
Well, lights out and away we go. As for the moment, the 𝗔𝗀𝘓 take a lot of room in front of A main. have placed Jet back behind line, if I see that correctly. And just plays for info. Yeah, but they have him on the radar. If they double swing, that could become a problem. Yep, they dedicate. But 𝗓𝒊𝒊 knows about the Jet. He's not leaving it out. He knows about that Jet. But the other grenade would have been more vital because they would have forced out Jet. They would have forced out Ivan, and now they wasted like that. And here's the first. Second possibly coming in as well. Yep, indeed. Justa does it, but still. It's a slight mistake if you ask me by that.
It was really nice from the Kingsman, though, to just fade away from that position. 𝗓𝒊𝒊 has found an interesting route through to the site. All three attackers pinged by the recon bolt. Riza sitting in the smoke is going to use some utility to try and clear out some of the corners, but his indecision there cost the life of Zeke, who gets run over.
Oy.
Riza can at least win that fight against 𝗓𝒊𝒊. He was low on health anyway, as is the Omen. 𝗓𝒊𝒊𝒊 has a lot to try and do from his spot. Faker, though, trying to play close.
Oh, he's not
𝗓𝒊𝒊
done.
in a 1
He's
versus
not
1.
done.
He is so low health. He doesn't expect the Cypher to be so close. He's rotating away at the
No!
worst possible time, but he still manages to make it work. Justa
What a
decides
play.
against wrapping in from behind. Goes for the less obvious option, but it's also the option that 𝗓𝒊𝒊 goes for. 9-4. Another round that Team SMG just seemed to pull out of nowhere.
I'm in shock how this round has been lost. It was all in their hands to that degree that they even made it man equalized and just had to lock down the site. One more player was arriving, and then they gave individual duels. The worst of the worst. The really painful scenario we ended up in.
Kingsman had a 3-9 defending half on Ascent against Team SMG. So SMG's attacking half is a little bit better, but their Ascent overall, when you look at the stats, is pretty torrid. Team SMG making sure that they don't make the same mistake twice by throwing in the nano swarms. 𝗓𝒊𝒊 actually clearing up house consistently, but can't get Ivan, the last alive now, the last bastion,
Here.
to try and make something happen in this 1 versus 4 with just a classic and not much else. 𝗓𝒊𝒊's going to go try and hunt. The spike hasn't even been planted yet because
Out of charges.
there's not really too much need to at this point. Egoist is going to be the one to get it down. Hopefully work towards a lockdown sooner rather than later. The hunt for Ivan continues.
Right, as we see,
I'm still hungry.
easily done and dusted. No real issue, no real problem. And as it's 10-4 afterwards, with just one more game to watch. Quickly though, mentioning 𝗓𝒊𝒊 is not that powerful as the previous game, which doesn't make him any less valuable. 16-8, he's rocking. Funny wise, it's 𝗓𝒊𝒊 who gets the Vandal. Only player down, so yeah, I respect it, I understand. Either way, let's see if they keep up the streak, because now the big guns are out.
Not much else otherwise.
Still in sight.
𝗓𝒊𝒊 is only 1 frag behind 𝗓𝒊𝒊, so it's nice to see all of Team SMG playing as the team, all getting involved when it comes to getting those kills, but individual impact has been a lot higher on their side. Justa's position going to be given up by the owl drone, but 𝗓𝒊𝒊 is just going to protect him for now, and Riza's going to help out with the aftershock, just in case anybody intends on pushing it right now. Look at the
thing is,
aggressive
they know
push, though,
about-
from the Jet on the defense. Yeah, there's a lot of space being taken, but they're not maybe expecting 𝗓𝒊𝒊 to be in the position that they're in. Ivan, though, is a nice little hovel hole that he can sit and hide in, but yeah, he can hear the rotation coming through. He's going to prepare for them, but
no,
again,
time.
does he expect 𝗓𝒊𝒊 in the position that he's in?
Oh, he missed the Jet. He already missed the Jet. And both can enter. He has no clue. He has legit no clue what's happening. The only thing I see right now, he has to take out Faker.
30 seconds
He
left.
has to take out Faker. It doesn't do so, but I mean, Zek in the meantime is at least making the rest work. For a second, I wasn't shocked. Here comes one, and finally, Ivan has his moment. He took a lot of time, but at the other hand, he got some valuable value information throughout the course.
10-5. Kingsmen have a long way to travel. But they won a much-needed round. SMG still have money to buy, unless you're JD Faker, in which case it's just going to be the stinger for you. From the shadows, 𝗠𝘀𝗧 is available again. He seems to be always the first to grab his ultimate up. Gonna be holding on to the spike. He could be the one that makes a play, baits a site with his ultimate and goes somewhere else, perhaps. Options available for Team SMG, but 𝗓𝒑𝒄 looking likely. There are two players sat there on the defense, one of which is playing a bit more of an aggressive angle. Castle keeping watch and expecting a play, but really not been too much of note happening for Team SMG. Defaulted across the map. Aldron scouts out that the breach is going to be playing from Garden. But they're quite happy to sort of just throttle down the clock, just wait a little bit, see if they can get any information out more so than anything, or an aggressive push. But right now, they're pretty comfortable, sitting pretty.
Very much indeed. I mean, information has been gained. I'm just asking myself if they really want to push CT together. Yep, nope, they don't. They just go through market. Attackers 𝗠𝘀𝘁 is making that one work, as they know players are in CT. 𝗠𝘀𝘁 has been spotted just as still finds one of the most viable players on the server, and suddenly everything collapsed for SMG. It's the same story as every time, Ryan. It seems like we're just not getting out of those. I have actually an excellent lead, but fall into the second half of this entire match. As though 𝗓𝒑𝒄 still finds 𝗔𝒂, has to do a bit more than that. As the CT players start to storm, the CT players start to hunt, and the CT players start to find frags. As the boost, no, excuse me, where's 𝗔𝒂 coming from? What? Where was 𝗠𝘀𝘁?
He was in B main. He was there the whole time, but he was smoked off for the majority of it.
Here.
And Kingsman there, not really checking some of these places that Team SMG could be playing from. Luckily, they got the majority of the damage they needed to do done early, so it was a 5 versus 3 post plant for them. And life in the Kingsmen to sort of bring back the game a little bit more. Only 4 rounds between the two. Could easily be 3. There's a save is coming out from Team SMG.
Well, SMG got close to the walls of Kingsmen, most definitely. Already climbing up those ladders, but it still seems to be the Kingsmen defending their empire. It's not done yet.
Get out of my
Burning
way.
arrows, catapults, horsemen, everything basically in front of their gates, but it's not done. And I'm just gonna greet 𝗓𝒑𝒄 like that. I mean,
Just knew.
I have to say, I don't get that. I don't get that. You make a lot of noise, you know, or he shifted slow. I'm not quite sure if he shifted, but it's still a little too basic to do so. And Ivan capitalized on it.
Ivan's getting more though.
It's a bit of disaster. It's a bit of disaster getting there again. As though 𝗔𝒂 is finding Zach. Spike again is now in the hands. Or no, they're not in the hands of the attackers. And only one man stands. Only a 𝗠𝘀𝘁 tries her best. 𝗔𝒂, let's see if he's gonna be an 𝗔𝒂 and tries to take the round all by himself and for himself. But I don't really see it happening. Ivan holds the angle. Okay. Taking it back. Coming in, swings wide, and finally gets the frag. 10-7, and it's getting close.
3 kills though for Team SMG on an eco. Means that if we do see Kingsman lose in this round, might need to see a save out a couple of players. 𝗔𝒂's money especially is not ideal. The full loss bonus now coming into play for Team SMG, as well as an Empress from the shadows that 𝗠𝘀𝒂 has failed to use so far, and a Hunter's Fury. 4 ultimates available on the defense though. They're comfortable with what they have to work with. They're stacking multiple people pushing B main at this point. The Cypher, the 𝗠𝘀𝘁, sorry, is just going to play off the turret to see if they can get a frag, but needs to be careful that they don't get caught out here.
Swarm grenade out.
And as it's a minute 20 left on the clock, team should by now find its success again. As I say, it's 𝑧𝒑𝒑 eliminating a very eager Ivan. I'm gonna put it that way. And I think Zach only got one piece of damage on the opponent's killjoy. Not too certain about it. At the same time, very slow SMG. Have a bit of room and try to make it work over at the B side.
You should
There you
run.
go.
𝗠𝘀𝗢, nice flick. He does actually expect Justa to sort of push across afterwards. And now if you're Kingsman,
with
what do you
frags
do
like
here?
those.
Very little, because even before you can make a decision, you're going to get picked off. Zeke is the last alive. Killjoy ultimate lockdown did really need to be used, but in the swing of play, Team SMG were able to achieve so much in such a little amount of time that really, what else can you do? So more of a shame than anything, but I'm sure Team SMG will still take this round.
And as you see, for the moment, is 𝗠𝘀𝗢 finding 𝗍. It's the 11th round they grab. It's not looking too good, does it?
Need a drop. Thank you.
$11-7. It's been much better now from Kingsman, who have got the majority of their, or a good portion of their rounds on this half. Looking a lot stronger, but Team SMG aren't really faltering too much. Hunter's Fury is available. Free ultimate still for Kingsman. Vi's going to be fine for now at least, but a loss here would put Team SMG on match point and make their money pretty awkward to say the least. Aldrone is going to break up a quick tripwire. The camera is set up in a very aggressive spot, but did they expect 𝗍𝒑 to be here already? Recon Bolt is going to try and pulse the position, and it does so. They're able to play off of it, but there's also a bit of damage done as 𝗠𝘀𝗢 gets taken down in the forefront over on another battle.
Ugh. It's not getting any easier, does it? And, well, the smoke is helping a lot. This is giving them a good bit of freedom. Walls tearing down, or more likely, well, doors going down for now. Spikes getting planted. And, you know, the big thing is Kingsman has a lot of ults. There we're talking about an Omen, especially a Breach, such a vital one. But Breach, first of all, he's not allowed to die. He has to be one staying alive for a bit longer. They know one is heaven. 𝗍𝒑 can't dodge it, and there you have it. But 𝗔𝗢 on the flank. Ooh, this is dangerous right here, Ryan. This is getting problematic. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 to his right-hand side. He's not checking anyone. No, it is 𝗓𝗓𝗓. The job.
Match point.
Clutched it out for his team, but his team were there to try and help. Expansive from Kingsman. The rolling thunder from Reza doesn't really get all that much, and look at this buy. It's pitiful. The Judge, the Spectre. It's so tough for Kingsmen, who are looking to go out of this tournament 0-3. Team SMG can pick up that win,
Get out of my
going to
way.
their next game against Myth. I hope for more, and 𝗓𝗓𝗓 almost seals the deal with a first kill onto Zeke. 𝗠𝘀𝗢 wants that frag onto Castle and can get it. This is looking done.
It does look very done. It is very done. And for me personally, I don't have any too high hopes. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 is, you know, putting the final nails in the coffin. As poor Justa is eliminated. That is disastrous at that point. But I was scared at one point that we see the dominant team once we're actually being so sloppy. But on the other hand, they finally really put themselves together and said, you know what, we can actually just find an easy victory out of this. And they did. And that's something that really makes me happy once in a while, to see that they consistently pull through.
Yeah, I mean, it was much better from them. Ending the game on a flawless round goes to show that they are looking very comfortable. They know how to sort of play the game at the highest level. And whilst they did go behind in Alter Ego, like a surprise result to be sure, this was much more expected. Kingsmen had some really nice spells, some individual players that I think showed up and did well on the center stage. Wasn't enough. They bottom out of their group at this point. But it does make things very interesting between Myth, between Alter Ego, and now between Team SMG. Myth versus Team SMG is the last game of the day. And really, it could go either way at this point. If we do see Team SMG winning, though, it puts it puts everything into the fold. Like, because all of the teams would have 2 wins and 1 loss. It means that it comes down to like map differential at that point, how well they did in these games, who managed to stomp who better. And that would be a real shame to see a team like 𝗠𝘀𝘉 struggle out and maybe even not qualify based on the games going that way. But of course, it all comes down to this game between 𝗓𝒐 and Team SMG.
We're going to take a look at the post-game for the moment, as we saw an Ascent actually going more dominant than maybe expected, 13-7, as the man Ivan was once more leading the chart. Again, an MVP actually being from the opponent team. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. At the same time, though, 𝗓𝒐 didn't have to carry the entire load, as we saw from the previous matchup, which is all right. And I think, considering the Kingsmen were out anyway, which sounds harsh, but is the truth, they still delivered a quite decent fight.
Yeah, they did well. 𝗓𝒐 is going to be topping out when it comes to First Blood, so whilst he didn't necessarily get the MVP award, he still had brilliant impact when necessary. 𝗓𝒐 had a much better game than we saw against 𝗠𝘀𝑉. Seemed to come to life much more often. And even 𝗓𝒐 had a much better showing overall. Like I mentioned, Ivan, Castle, 𝗔𝒊, maybe not so much in this game for 𝗔𝒊, but all players that I was very much impressed by, had a lot of impact in the right amounts. But a much more expected result from SMG, who finished the half 8-4 up and pretty much cleared out from then on out. A couple of moments where they lost a few rounds in a row, but nothing to too much be concerned about. And they should be feeling happy going into this final game. Maybe not as confident as they were hoping, because they wanted to win both their games prior to this. But at least they go in with a chance of still qualifying for the playoffs in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and there you have it again. The MVP, actually from Kingsman Ivan, delivering some amazing plays and some solid plays as well with his Jett. Very enjoyable to watch that. Very enjoyable to see the reasonable Jett players. But obviously, entry fragger, it's 𝗓𝒑, as expected, with 5 entries overall. Very valid, very valuable, player over the side of SMG. Proved it in the previous game, did it once more, consistently finding a high combat score rating, obviously making him one of the most skill-wise best players seemingly in that scene. A final look we can have right there on the group standings, because those group standings obviously show us how good things stand. 𝗠𝘀𝑉 right now in the 2-1 spot, and 𝑚IF obviously in the 2-0, a little bit better due to the fact that their difference is looking more fine. The Kingsmen are officially out as much as possible, and so it's only SMG who have one more fight ahead of them. How that one is going to actually fold, we're going to find that out a little later, so you shouldn't go anywhere. The AOC Masters are taking a little break, but we'll be right back.
Attacker!
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine. Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine. I can call you master, you can call me mine. Wrap me in plastic and make me shine. We can make a dollhouse, follow your design. You can call me mine.
Welcome back. And, well, it's a disappointing end, we have to be honest. But it's not the fault of the AOC Masters. First of all, obviously some teams prioritize other tournaments over others. Respectable. I mean, it's a competitive play field we're sometimes in. Therefore, we're not going to see our final matchup. Unfortunately, we will not see, the guys of Myth Attitude play their final match. Understandable, yet unfortunate, because that means, if I'm not totally wrong, that we're gonna see Alter Ego prevail. But before, no, pardon, Team SMG. Oh, I messed it up. Anyway, Ryan, we're gonna take a look at the graphics, I would say, and we're taking a look at
I mean, it depends how it's done. We'll have a look at it now, but yeah, Myth Attitude taking part in another tournament and unavailable to play, so they forfeit this game. It does mean that Team SMG, Myth Attitude, and Alter Ego all have 2 wins and 1 loss. So it comes down to map differential.
Yeah.
It depends how they do this, really, because if the forfeit is done by, say, Team SMG winning it 13-0, which some other tournaments have done when it comes to forfeits like this, then Myth Attitude will have probably the worst deficit, and they will not be the ones qualified. Which I think, considering, would be the most fair, like considering Team SMG and Alter Ego are available for these games. It really is up in the air on how that's going to go. I think comfortably you can say at this point that Alter Ego has qualified, but even then it's hard to say. It depends on the ruling specifically. We currently have people sort of working on the graphics just to let you know. So we are currently sat waiting as well to see who's going to go through. It is ready to go, so we can sort of reveal who is going to be qualifying from today. And just as a quick notice, tomorrow we will have more games. And yeah, Myth Attitude are going to be sort of taking the L on this one. Which I think is justifiable. Team SMG, so it counts as a 13-0 win for Team SMG, the 13-0 loss for Myth Attitude. So, I think that's understandable, like a respectable thing. So Team SMG and Alter Ego are going to be qualifying, which is a pretty big surprise considering, Myth Attitude look good. You could even put them in a position where they would, even if they lost against Team SMG, if it was a close game, they'd still qualify. But in this specific case, they will not be going through, which is understandable. But congratulations to Team SMG and Alter Ego for qualifying, especially Alter Ego, that were lost that first game against Myth Attitude, beat Kingsman, and then went on to beat Team SMG. Surprising result, to be sure, but they deserve to be here, and they will be continuing on into the playoffs.
Fully agreed. I mean, the matter of fact, right, the other thing could have been that, that there's not going to be a difference in Myth Attitude, and that would have been really not messed up, but it would have been unfortunate for the competitive sake that all those teams play it. Myth Attitude can't right now. It's understandable, and I think it's a valid choice. I think it's a fair choice, and I think, Group C had delivered us some amazing fights, some outstanding teams really fighting for those finals, which will conclude with a massive prize pool overall. I mean, the first place is getting $5,000 and a brand new AOC monitor. Let's quickly, before we head off, and we'll head off very soon, quickly dive into Group D, because the only real team that has made a major name for itself is Attack All Around, and the other 3 are somewhere, up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, Todak I know of previously, the Malaysian squad has had some pretty decent results in tournaments. Managed to just sort of surprise as much as possible. Then again, I believe it was a different team potentially. No, these are the guys that I remember, like Subby, Senna. Senna especially had some really good games, played a lot of Sage way back when, especially on Haven, which we didn't get to see it all today. Team 600 and Frostwolf, I haven't seen all that much of those individually, but Attack All Around with players like Ginny, Garrett, Ace Tix, are a team that not only do well, like we sort of mentioned Team SMG before, with the Attack All Around, the firm favourites for that group. Like, a lot can change. It's best of ones. It is a map randomizer, but you would expect they came first place in the 4 Gamers War match. They came second even in the ePulse Royal SCA Cup, as well as second in the Cyber Games Arena, losing out to AHQ Esports, who have qualified. So this is a team that constantly makes their way to not only top 4 but top 2 in a lot of cases. So we'll get to have a bit more of a solid look at them going forward. But today has been great, and I'm actually really excited to see more of this region tomorrow and to watch teams that we didn't really get to see. For me today, Kingsman was that. It was unfortunate for them to go 0-3, but we got a glimpse of what they could do, and it looked pretty promising to say the least.
Kingsman had a little bit of heart fight throughout the entire process. Really, they were really trying to get themselves in the right state. At the end of the day, you know, it was a fair competition. It was a very solid competition. We saw really everybody getting close, getting really fired up in those matches. We didn't have a 13-0, a 13-3. None of that really happened, and I think this really proves how close the competitive level is. But tomorrow we're gonna be with you at the same time. If you are obviously resident of the European kind of circus, it will be at 11 EM Central European Time or 10 GMT, where you can find us first and foremost. And other than that, we will obviously come back to you with more action. On my side was the wonderful Ryan Central. My name is 𝗓𝗓, and we're going to see you guys and welcome you tomorrow once more.
Right here.
One player remaining. 30 seconds left. One player remaining. One player remaining. Flawless. Defenders win. Defenders win. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy. Deleted. Remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining.
Enemy down.
Spike planted. One player remaining.
Let's build a dog out of sticks and twine.